designated growth center owned and controlled by a person.
The Senate will please come to order. Today we do not have a devotional, so we will have a moment of silence to prepare for our long day. Thank you. Sometimes I think about how amazing silence can be when we realize how much noise there is in our daily lives. We have a number of House bills for reference. First being H102, introduced by Representatives Coffey and Shaw. Please listen to the first reading of the bill by title.
S102, an act relating to the Art in State Buildings Program.
Now you've heard the first reading of the bill is referred to the Committee on Institutions. We have H125, introduced by Representatives Brumsted and Dolan. Please listen to the first reading of the bill by title.
H125, an act relating to boards and commissions.
Now you've heard the first reading of the bill is referred to the Committee on Government Operations. We have next up for consideration H206, introduced by Representative Goldman. Please listen to the first reading of the bill.
H206, an act relating to miscellaneous changes affecting the duties of the Department of Vermont Health Access.
Now you've heard the first reading of the bill is referred to the Committee on Health and Welfare. We have up for consideration, for reference from Representatives Stevens and Chestnut Tangerman, H213. Please listen to the first reading of the bill.
H213, an act relating to creating a study committee on mobile homes and mobile home parks.
Now you've heard the first reading of the bill is referred to the Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs. We now have up for reference, introduced by Representatives Byrong and McCarthy, H270. Please listen to the first reading of the bill by title.
H270, an act relating to miscellaneous amendments to the adult use and medical cannabis programs.
Now you've heard the first reading of the bill is referred to the Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs. We have H291, introduced by Representatives Sibilia and Chase. Please listen to the first reading of the bill.
H291, an act relating to the creation of the Cybersecurity Advisory Council.
Now you've heard the first reading of the bill is referred to the Committee on Government Operations. We have H414, introduced by Representative Whitman and others. Please listen to the first reading of the bill.
H414, an act relating to establishing an unused drug repository for Vermont.
Now you've heard the first reading of the bill is referred to the Committee on Health and Welfare. And we have H472, introduced by the Committee on Agriculture, Food Resiliency, and Forestry. Please listen to the first reading of the bill.
H472, an act relating to miscellaneous agricultural amendments.
Now you've heard the first reading of the bill is referred to the Committee on Agriculture. I mistakenly skipped over announcements, so before going to yours today, are there any announcements? Senator from Chittenden Central.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to begin by thanking the afternoon committees for agreeing to give up time this afternoon to allow us to try to move through what is a packed calendar. Today, we'll try our level best to move all the way through the calendar, including some very large, very complicated bills. And that means we will not be breaking for maybe as much as a 4 or 5 hour period. So I wanted to remind senators that you can leave the floor whenever you need to for the basics of life, including we will have food and drink in about an hour in the cloakroom, and it will be food that we'll keep. So if you want to take a moment, if you're hungry in the middle of this block and you want to grab something to eat and then come back to the floor, that's great. We would take a break to eat and drink, but when we do that, it turns into an hour of lost time. So we'll try to run right through. But with that said, I appreciate everybody's help, and thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any other announcements? All I'd love to inquire of the senator whether that food is available to everyone or just the senators, but I'll leave it be. That brings us to the orders of the day. We have up for consideration S30. S30 is up for second reading. The bill was referred to Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs, which consider the same and recommends that when amended, the bill ought to pass. The bill was then referred to Committee on Appropriations, which also recommends that when the bill is amended, it ought to pass. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S30, an act relating to creating a sister state program.
Now, you've heard the second reading of the bill. For the report from the Committee on Housing, Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs, the senator from Windham, Senator Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to speak to the bill as introduced and the amendment.
You may.
Thank you. S30 would establish a process with criteria for up to 5 sister states. We have had at least 2 sister state relationships in the past 50 years, established and terminated through executive order. In 1990, Governor Coonan established a formal relationship with Karelia, Russia, which was terminated in response to the invasion of Ukraine. Governor Scott initiated a sister state agreement with the smallest prefecture in Japan, Tottori, in 2018. That relationship is going strong. We're a good match. We have a similar population. We're both tourist destinations, mountainous, and environmentally conscious. As our committee discussed the goals of the program to create opportunities for cultural exchanges, joint programs for educational, humanitarian, and economic purposes, student exchanges, the benefits were easy to see. 3 out of the 5 of us on the Economic Development Committee described personal positive experiences with both sister states, and the other 2 members had similar experiences with other international exchanges. This bill would build on the work so far and formalize the structure and the process for Vermont sister states as follows. Now we go to the section outline. Section 1 establishes the program within the Agency of Commerce and Community Development and creates an oversight committee. The bill as introduced envisioned a 5-member committee. First, the Secretary of Commerce and Community Development or designee. Second, the chair of the Board of Directors of Vermont Humanities or designee. And third, fourth, and fifth, a member appointed each by the Senate Committee on Committees, the Speaker of the House, and the Governor. The amendment proposes an 8-member committee, the same as above, except that the Senate, House, and Governor each appoint 2 members, and it adds governance to the list of preferred experience of the members. The bill proposes up to 5 sister state relationships at one time in varying regions of the world and establishes goals for the relationships. They would initially be established for up to 8 years. They could be renewed by the committee and could be terminated in the event of an emergency. The committee would report biennially to the legislature and to the governor. The amendment adds compensation for the members of the committee at the standard rates with funding from the Agency of Commerce and Community Development budget. Section 2, implementation, provides that the initial appointments will be for staggered terms. Section 3 is the effective date of July 1 of this year. We received testimony from the Vermont Council on World Affairs, Green Around the World, the Office of Senator Bernie Sanders, Legislative Council, and the Agency of Commerce and Community Development. If the bill is enacted, representatives from the Tottori Prefecture will travel here to celebrate the occasion, and that would happen sometime this summer. Mr. President, your Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs Committee passed this bill on a vote of 5-0-0 and asks for the support of the Chamber.
The bill was then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which considered the same, and for the report from the Committee on Appropriations, the senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Appropriations reviewed S30 for any expenditures of funds, and we did see one. There is a compensation for the members of the Oversight Committee, the Sister State Committee that was talked about, but we found those expenditures to be de minimis, so are not recommending an amendment, and voted the bill out favorably on a vote of 5-0-2.
So the question now is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have amended the bill as offered by the Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs. The question now is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you've ordered third reading of S30. We now have up for consideration S102. S102 is read for the first time, is referred to the Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs, which consider the same and recommends that when amended, the bill ought to pass. The bill is then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which also reviewed the bill and when amended, recommends the bill ought to pass. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S102, an act relating to expanding employment protections and collective bargaining rights.
Now for the report from the Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs, I'd like to recognize Senator from Chittenden Southeast, Senator Ram Hinsdale.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I have traded the hospital bed yesterday for the corner of my hospital room that looks most neutral and professional, it is no secret where I am, and I can only hope I don't get interrupted by the very attentive aides and nurses here. And I'm grateful for all of your support in being here and prioritizing the safe journey into the world of my first child, who has decided to make her appearance on her own time and with her own sense of purpose. I can't imagine where she gets that from. I'd like to thank my committee for helping me to focus on where I need to be, and particularly the senator from Windham County, Senator Harrison, who had the foresight to take me to where I most needed to be when emergency struck, and the compassion to stay with me while I absorbed some very new and difficult news that has now become far more manageable before my husband could arrive. She has not just learned, but embodied what it truly means for us to be a legislative family very early in the tenure. I want to thank the senator from Windsor, my vice chair, Senator Clarkson, for stepping up her already full slate of duties to include overseeing our work over this unknown period of time. I also want to express gratitude to our pro tem, because without a thoughtful rule change that moves us intentionally into the 21st century of government, I wouldn't be here virtually able to speak to such critical issues while being fully present where I am needed most. And importantly to this bill, I want to thank the dedicated, deeply skilled, and incredibly passionate team in the Mother Baby Unit and across UVM Medical Center. I hope it is not lost on us that most of them are unionized, both in some of our longest lasting and strongest unions, like our Vermont Federation of Nurses and Health Professionals Local 5221, and some of our newest and most diverse chapters, like the 350 medical residents of CIR SEIU and hundreds of hospital support staff that keep this place safe, clean, and fully operating, who have formed a new bargaining unit within AFT. I hope they serve as a reminder that a union organizing bill is a workforce development bill, representing a critical pillar to digging out of our economic crisis alongside addressing housing. When we support unions and the right to organize, a growing and substantial body of research and evidence tells us that we are supporting higher wages, increased benefits, reduced income inequality, not just between low-paid and high-paid employees, but between men and women, among racial and ethnic groups, and across generations. Increased pay of non-union workers in occupations and industries with substantial union presence, a stronger middle class, reduced employee turnover, and increased retention of skilled employees, enhancing human capital and productivity in both the firm and our entire economy. This all leads to a race to the top economically, with stronger human capital, greater quality of life, lower externalized societal costs, higher productivity, improved business operations and quality of service, and perhaps most importantly, stronger democracy, freedom of association, and fairness, where we spend most of our waking hours in our workplace. Unions have been crucial in building an American economy based on high productivity, high quality, and innovation, and that makes them a critical piece of our economic agenda in a session focused on our workforce shortage and lack of retention of skilled labor. So before I turn the bill introduction and walk through back over to my capable vice chair, I want to emphasize as chair that our policies must balance the needs of employers and employees to truly forge a meaningful economic future through a time of crisis. And that is why we bring this bill to the floor for your consideration today. Thank you again to the unionized team here, helping me capably and compassionately through one of the most critical milestones in my life. And thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to address the vital importance of this bill. I now yield to the Senator from Windsor.
The senator from Chittenden Southeast yields to the senator from Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So eloquent as always. Mr. President, may I speak to the strike all amendment, which is on page 1085?
Without objection, you may.
Thank you. Approximately 34,000 Vermonters, or 12.1% of our workforce, and this is indeed, as Senator from Chittenden Southeast has said, this is, any union bill is a workforce development bill as well. 12.1% of our workforce currently belong to a union. Data shows us that states with higher unionization rates have less poverty and that collective bargaining increases gender and racial equality. And racial parity, strengthens democracy in the workplace, and enhances the compensation and well-being of workers. Simply put, S102, the Vermont Protect the Right to Organize, or PRO Act, would give more Vermonters the opportunity to join or form a union. S102 allows for majority sign-up, also known as card check, which is a more democratic method for employees to organize into a labor union. Majority sign-up is a voluntary recognition process. An employer agrees to recognize a union as the exclusive representative of their employees for purposes of collective bargaining if a majority, meaning 50% plus one, of employees in an appropriate unit indicate that they would like to be represented by that organization. The bill also corrects, in the words of National Labor Relations Board General Counsel Jennifer Abruzzo, a fundamental misunderstanding of employers' speech rights, balancing employers' current absolute free speech with an acknowledgement that workers too have free speech rights. It calls on us to keep in mind the basic inequality of bargaining power between individual employees and their employers, as well as employees' economic dependence on their employers. Currently, Vermont employers are not legally prohibited from disciplining workers for refusing to attend meetings for which the primary purpose is the expression of the employer's religious or political beliefs. Section 1 prohibits what is commonly called captive audience meetings and clarifies an employee's right to listen to religious or political speech or to refrain from doing so without fear that it will impact their employment or earnings. It prevents retaliation on an employee from declining to attend a meeting or participate in communication, where the primary purpose of the meeting or the communication is to convey the employer's opinion about a religious or political matter. Section 2 of the bill remedies the long-delayed and denied right of agricultural and domestic workers to organize. It's well known among historians that during the New Deal era, the statutory exclusion of agricultural and domestic employees was understood as a race-neutral proxy for excluding people of color, particularly Black Americans, from receiving the statutory benefits and protections made available to white Americans under the National Labor Relations Act. This exclusion remains on the books today, entirely unaltered after 75 years. Agricultural workers and domestic workers, representing thousands of Vermonters, are denied federally protected rights to bargain collectively because of this exclusion. Farm workers have been described aptly as among the most exploited groups in the American labor force, and domestic workers have been described as among the most vulnerable workers in our society. This bill simply permits them the right to form a collective voice, the same right afforded to other workers for the last 75 years. Sections 3 to 7 allow for majority sign-up, as I've said, commonly known as card check, which streamlines the unionization process and gives union organizers an alternative to current law. It doesn't negate current law, it's additive. 9 other states currently have majority sign-up or card check elections. California, New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Maine, Illinois, Oregon, Washington, and New Mexico. It's important to note that S-102 only applies to selection and certification of a new union by majority sign-up or card check when there is no existing union representation. Current Vermont law requires public sector workers to move through an onerous, multi-step process that typically ends in a secret ballot election. Current law requires a petition signed by only 30% of the employees, which begins a process in which a small number of employees could vote. Majority sign-up is a simpler, faster process, and with a majority, 51%, with a majority, one that reduces the opportunity for really hardball campaigning on both sides. And I will remind us that currently there are 3 months of hardball campaigning that can occur, and actually reflects the majority of the bargaining unit. It's a majority of the will of the employees. Further, when it comes to union election integrity, majority sign-up or card check elections establish a higher threshold than place-based ballot elections because they require 50% plus 1 of the full unit, whereas other types of ballots only require, for example, we have town meeting day for many. Not all use a secret ballot, yet they are accepted as democratic, as well they should be. Many of us vote on the floor, and we only vote by raising our hand or saying A, and we vote that way here in this chamber. Not all use a secret ballot, as they are accepted as democratic. Majority sign-up is arguably more democratic than secret ballot because a majority are required to sign up for recognition, whereas a secret ballot only requires a majority of votes cast to certify. Our most underpaid public sector workers would benefit the most. School cafeteria, maintenance staff, and support workers. These are small units that often are left to fend for themselves. In other words, they really need a more simplified process. Sections 3, 4, and 7 address public sector employees. Section 3 permits state executive branch and judiciary employees to utilize card check elections. This will only have impact if a new group of employees is authorized to form a bargaining unit or if one of the existing unions is decertified with respect to a bargaining unit and a new union drive happens for that bargaining unit. Section 4 permits the majority sign-up card check elections for licensed public school employees, teachers, and administrators primarily. My understanding is that nearly every public school is currently unionized, and because of that, like Section 3, this section will only potentially have an impact if a current union for licensed school employees is decertified in a district or if there is a union drive for a bargaining unit that is not currently represented. Section 7 permits card check or majority sign-up elections for municipal employees, including unlicensed school employees. Apart from agricultural workplaces, this is likely the biggest potential impact on majority sign-up provisions, as it may make it easier for municipal workplaces that are not currently unionized to elect a union representative. Sections 5 and 6 permit majority sign-up or card check elections for private sector workplaces that are subject to the State Labor Relations Act. This section will only have potential impact on workplaces that are not subject to the National Labor Relations Act and that have at least 5 employees. So the threshold for this is 5 employees. If they have fewer, this is not an opportunity they can take advantage of. Nearly all private sector workplaces in Vermont are covered by the National Labor Relations Act or are too small to be covered by the State Labor Relations Act. However, the expansion of the SLRB, the Act, to cover agricultural and domestic workers who are not subject to the National Labor Relations Act could permit majority sign-up card check elections in a number of workplaces that currently have no collective bargaining rights under the state or federal law. Mr. President, the Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs Committee passed this bill favorably on a vote of 4-1-0. We heard from 22 witnesses ranging from our splendid legislative council and to every conceivable voice that would need to be heard. We heard from a whole range of people, from retail workers, migrant justice, the Associated Industries of Vermont, paraprofessionals, government affairs, the chambers, the Springfield Co-op, the American Federation of Teachers, just a whole range of people that would be impacted by this bill. We are very proud of this work, and we would ask for your support of this important legislation. Thank you.
The bill is then referred, you've heard the report of Committee on Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs. The bill is then referred to Committee on Appropriations, which consider the same. For the report of the Committee on Appropriations, the Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the activities I've enjoyed as a new member of Appropriations is figuring out why the Senate Secretary sometimes sends us a bill. Because as we know, by Senate Rule 24, only bills that have appropriation get committed to the Committee on Appropriations. S-102, as you heard from the reporter from Windsor, doesn't have an appropriations in the strike all amendment. But in the bill as introduced, there was a wrongful termination fund, which would have had to spend money, so that's why we got to look at the bill. But since the strike all amendment struck that part out, there was no appropriation to consider, and so we voted the bill out favorably on a vote of 5-0-2.
So the question at the moment is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs? There is a question, an amendment offered in the calendar. I don't know if the Senator wishes to offer that at this time. Senator Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do propose to offer an amendment which is on page 1002 of today's calendar.
I believe 1092.
Excuse me, 1092 of today's calendar, and is at the bottom of the page. The amendment is very simple, and by way of background, let me emphasize that this is not an anti-union amendment. I have fond memories of unions, and as I mentioned to the committee, I remember at the age of 6 or 7 years old going to the union hall with my grandfather periodically because he was a union rodman for the structural steel workers, the guys that work on buildings. That union membership, which he got in the 1940s, despite all of the argument that African Americans weren't able to get into unions, there were many that they were able to get into, and that provided him and our family with security, and it provided him with a stable retirement. So I have that fond memory of unions. On the other hand, since 1947, 76 years, the National Labor Relations Board has conducted elections, free elections, for people who want to join unions. And that also has been the case here in Vermont, both in our public employee unions and our private unions. And this bill has certain provisions in it to change that. I don't object to any of the other provisions. For example, one of the fundamental arguments made about this bill and about these kinds of bills in general is that they're designed to protect workers from undue influence and from control, so that when there is an election, there can be a free and fair election. In this particular case, one of the things that we did in this bill that I do not object to and in favor is we prohibited employers from holding captive meetings with their employees in order to drill them into anti-union positions and forcing them to attend those meetings and making them mandatory. And we eliminated the mandatory requirement, again, to level the playing field. But this upends the playing field. Imagine if you are running for re-election, and the way you get re-elected is to pass out a bunch of nominating petitions, and if enough people sign those nominating petitions, you're elected. There's no election. Do you have, in a situation like that, the free and fair ability of your voters to understand the various positions that you hold and that your opponents hold? The fundamental part of labor management relations in the United States today is the free and fair election supervised by an independent party. In this case, with the state elections, the state labor board, in the federal elections, the larger elections, the National Labor Relations Board. Secret and fair, with time to consider all sides of the election. Now, some people say, including some of the testimony, I think, before the committee, well, you know, these large corporations bring people in and they're union busters and they, in effect, tell people lies and kind of mentally force them to join the union. The employers lie if they're going to lose their job, and on and on and on and on. But the statistics say, wait a minute, is that just so much rhetoric? If we look right now in Vermont, where we have elections as a requirement, between 2009 and 2019, there were 75 union elections supervised by the Vermont Labor Board. And unions won 63 of those 75, an 84% success rate. Does that suggest that potential union organizers are being coerced not to do anything? Most of our unions in Vermont are good. I have no problem with the AFL-CIO and the other unions that we run across in Vermont, but I can tell you something, there's some bad unions around. There's some bad unions around that ought to be a concern, and sometimes they affect Vermont businesses. And I can say that from personal experience because I owned a business a number of years ago that was a federal contractor. And at one of our operations in another state, there was an attempt to do an organization by a union controlled by one of the 5 families of the New York Mafia. All unions aren't good. We were able to survive that. And ultimately, the people involved went to jail several years later because they were doing that on a wide-scale basis. All unions aren't good, just like all corporations aren't good. And it can affect those of us here in Vermont. Imagine if you have rights to a free and fair election of the people in this room. How would you like it if that went away and somebody could sign a petition in the dark of night, or coming out of work with 2 guys who come up and befriend you, or someone you know who said, just sign this, don't worry about it, or you want to sign it just to get away from the people who want you to sign it because, you know, it's none of their business and you don't really care. And you sign the petition unknowingly, and then suddenly you find yourself having elected someone you don't want, or having elected someone that you haven't had time and an opportunity to consider the alternatives. That's what card check does. That's why it doesn't exist on the federal scale, and why it would be horribly unwise for us to take away, as this bill is designed to add rights to employees, take away their right to a free and fair election. I think that's wrong, and I think that's unwise. And I strongly recommend that the body vote against. By accepting this amendment, all we do in this amendment is we take out those things that refer to card check, refer to a sign up for a union without the opportunity of a free and fair election, supervised and administered by an independent body, and held at a place that there could be, in effect, poll watchers from both sides. I recommend strongly that this amendment is something that is fundamental to the democracy of the union process in Vermont. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we thank our fellow member of the Senate Economic Development for bringing this amendment to us. It certainly engendered robust discussion and helped us all understand where we are more fully. That being said, our committee defeated this amendment and opposed it on a vote of 4-1. We found it 4-1 unfavorable, and we would urge the body to not support this amendment. I would argue that 9 other states have enacted this with success, that this only adds an opportunity for union organizing, and it is actually more democratic. It enables 50% plus one of the employees to actually register how they feel. And I have a lot of faith in the intelligence of our employees around the state. And I think no one is going to willy-nilly sign up for something that they don't fully understand. I think that unions do a great job educating potential members, and I have no fear of their not understanding what they do when they sign up. I would argue that the current system, while great, and I applaud the fact that we have such a great success rate in the union formations that we've had, still, the petition, the 30%, you only need 30% of the employees to sign up, and then of that, you could have as little as 10% voting to enact. You only need 50% of that 30% to pass, and that is really constricting the democratic process in our opinion. And so that is why we're bringing this bill and this opportunity before you, and we encourage you to defeat this amendment and to support the underlying bill.
Question is, shall the report of the Committee on Economic, shall the report of the committee, Senator from Franklin?
I would just point out, Mr. President, that in those cases where there has been card check, there have been numerous cases that we can cite in which people have reached the point of having that majority in those states that have had card check, so that they would appear to have reached a 50% majority, and then that have not had card check, I should say, that have reached that kind of majority, to in turn have an election and then have the election overturn what appeared to be a majority vote based on cards, and this is on places that do not have card check, based on the number of signatures on a petition. In this case, elections are the fundamental. If we apply the same logic that my colleague from Windsor used, then in an election for your offices, it's a fairer way to have people sign a petition than it is to go to the polls and have a vote in a secret ballot. That would be wrong for us, and it's wrong for union members. It has been wrong under federal rules and law for 76 years. Thank you.
Question is, shall the report of the Committee on Economic Development and Housing and General Affairs be amended as offered by the Senator from Franklin County? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
The nays appear to have it. The nays do have it, and you have failed to amend the report of the Committee on Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs. Question now is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have amended the bill as offered by the Committee on Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs. Question now is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question?
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Senator from Franklin. Question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, the Secretary shall commence to call the roll.
Senator Brew.
Yes.
Senator Bray.
Yes.
Senator Brock.
No.
Senator Campion.
Yes.
Senator Chittenden.
Yes.
Senator Clarkson.
Yes.
Senator Collmore.
No.
Senator Cummings.
Yes.
Senator Gulick.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Harrison.
Yes.
Senator Hashim.
Yes.
Senator Ingle.
No.
Senator Kitchell.
Yes.
Senator Lyons.
Yes.
Senator McDonough. Senator Mazza.
Yes.
Senator McCormick.
Yes.
Senator Norris.
No.
Senator Pershling.
Yes.
Senator Ron Hinsdale.
Yes.
Senator Sears.
Yes.
Senator Steyer.
Yes.
Senator Bihowski.
Yes.
Senator Watson.
Yes.
Senator Weeks.
No.
Senator Westman.
No.
Senator White.
Yes.
Senator Williams.
No.
Senator Renner.
Yes.
Please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yes, 23, those voting nay, 7, and you have ordered third reading of S-102. That now brings us to S-4. Third reading was ordered on S-4. Before third reading, are there any amendments to be offered? Senator from Chittenden Central.
Yes. We have an amendment to offer most of the members of the Committee on Judiciary. I believe that it is, I apologize, in your calendar on page 1093. It's a very simple amendment. While we were in testimony, this is the portion around landlords being held accountable. And while we were in testimony, we heard that the dispensing of illegal drugs could be my, giving something to my partner. And we didn't want to hold landlords accountable for something that was that small. And we had committee discussion about striking that language and then forgot to do it. So all this amendment does is strike the language of dispensing. And so landlords would be held accountable for the reckless and willful sales, but not that more casual dispensing. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the senator from Chittenden Central and others? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You have amended the bill as offered by the senator from Chittenden Central and others. Are there any further amendments before third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S4, an act relating to reducing crimes of violence associated with juveniles and dangerous weapons.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for that question? Senator from Chittenden Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just speak briefly to the bill, or section of the bill? I failed to take advantage of an opportunity to say this when the bill was being debated on the floor, but would like to share some information about Section 9, in particular 9A that's in the bill, relating to the community violence prevention programs that are being that are in the bill. And just to remind the Senate that a few years ago, we consolidated our prevention programs into a prevention council within the Department of Health that is cross-agency, including multiple agencies, transportation, public safety, human services, and others, that will look at how we can better offer prevention programs and work across through those agencies and into the state. And in so doing, we also, by consolidating, we eliminated specific boards and programs and put them into this one area. We have a chief prevention officer in the executive branch. We also have a trauma director in the Agency of Human Services, and altogether looking at those causes, which are also referenced in 9A, which is critically important, the causes of violence in this case, but could be causes for other problems that we face in our society, including substance use disorder and others. And we know that they're related to some of the trauma that's elicited as a result of individual adverse childhood experiences, or relate to social determinants that we see in our communities. So the wording that was added by your Appropriations Committee and that was explained earlier does include consultation and collaboration with a chief prevention officer. My own personal role in this is to ensure that we don't begin to bifurcate and separate out our prevention efforts when they are all so much related to looking upstream to eliminate the trauma that we see in our communities. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed S4. We now have up for consideration S17. Third reading was ordered. I believe there is an amendment to this as well in the calendar. Senator from Addison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment, and I also have some answers to questions that were asked on second reading. So I will start with the answers and then do the amendment if that is okay. So the senator from Chittenden Central asked a question about the definition of willful misconduct. The term willful misconduct, I asked legislative counsel, so I'm going to read more or less what legislative counsel told me. The term willful immunity and is read together with the term gross negligence, but implying a level of indifference similar to a recklessness standard. Black's Law Dictionary defines willful misconduct as misconduct committed voluntarily and intentionally, and defines specifically misconduct as a dereliction of duty, unlawful, dishonest, or improper behavior, especially by someone in a position of authority or trust. So in the case of the sheriff, willful misconduct would sort of fit that definition, a dereliction of duty, unlawful, dishonest, especially because that person is in a position of authority. So hopefully, and that often willful misconduct goes together with the term gross negligence, which it does in the bill. So hopefully that answers that specific question. And there was another question from the same senator about another part of the bill, which I'll get to when we get to the amendment, which was about the ethics language in the bill. But there was an additional question from the senator from Franklin, the senior senator from Franklin, about the total salaries of sheriffs, including the amount that they may take from that, they may or may not take from that 5%. Currently, as you might recall, I know we've done a lot of bills, there's the 5% on top of a contract that a sheriff has, and under current law, the sheriff may use any or all of that as a personal bonus to themselves. I asked the auditor's office, as they seemed the most likely. I also asked the Department of State's Attorneys and Sheriff. They do not have that information. They only have the information about the statutory state salary, which is set in statute and is the same for each sheriff. So they didn't have that information about what the bonus might be. The auditor's office asked their audit firm that does audits for sheriffs, and they were able to get information from 11 of the 14 sheriffs that had been audited over the past couple years. So I'm just going to read what the auditor's office said. They provided information about the dollar amounts paid directly to sheriffs above and beyond their base salaries, which are set in statutes. The amounts, which would include any bonuses and any portions of the up to 5% charges they may have added to their salaries. As I said, they received information from 11 of the 14 sheriffs, drawing from their most recently completed audit. 3 of those sheriffs received less than $10,000 additional, less than $10,000 in a bonus. 6 received between $10,000 and $40,000 in a bonus, and 2 of them took more than $40,000 in a bonus. One of them, believe, and they were not sure completely about the total amount, but it was estimated to be a $130,000 bonus. And the auditor says, I'd like to re-emphasize that this is a preliminary info that we pulled together very quickly. They did it in less than 1 day, and they can produce a more formal response for the House Committee when the House Committee takes this up. Altogether, 11 of the 14 sheriffs took more than $10,000, in some cases more than $40,000 in bonuses. So there was another question related to the ethics and how the ethics situation would work. As you might recall, Mr. President, there was a section in the bill about applying ethics complaints to the sheriffs, similar to our state code of ethics, and whether or not just anyone could have make a complaint against a sheriff. As you might recall, for those of us who have been here for a while, we passed the state code of ethics 2 years ago, and that does permit anyone, any member of the public, to make a complaint against any elected official, including any member of the General Assembly. That would the intent of the bill is that the same would apply to sheriffs, that if it applies to elected officials at the state level, it would apply to sheriffs. And how those complaints would be handled was vague in the bill. So we offer an amendment, which you can find on 1093 of today's calendar. It is by just 3 members of the GovOps committee, mostly because we haven't had a chance to meet and have all of us go through it, but it's a pretty basic amendment. So you'll see on page 1093, the first instances of amendment clarifies that the Department of State's attorneys and sheriffs shall establish a procedure for handling ethic complaints from any source based on the procedures set out in 3 VSA section 1223. That's the state code of ethics. So they would have to create a procedure for sheriffs that mirrors what the Ethics Commission does for state officers. And the procedure shall be included in any standard operating procedures manual or policy manual followed by sheriffs and deputy sheriffs pursuant to 293C of this title. 293C is where we reference that sheriffs must follow the policy and procedure manual that's created by the Department of State's attorneys and sheriffs. So hopefully that clarifies the language. There was some conversation about should we just fold sheriffs into the state code of ethics. The committee didn't have time to fully take testimony on that, so we didn't do that in this bill, but that's something that could be considered by the House or in the future. And then the second instance of amendment, there were some questions about the requirement that sheriffs provide basically a calendar that shows the days they've worked, the days they've taken as leave, and the days more than 3 that they've worked remotely. There was some question about was that meant to be like an hourly thing or a daily thing? So this amendment, the second instance of amendment, just removes the word detailed, hopefully clarifying that that is really supposed to be a basic calendar, not an hour by hour time card kind of thing. And I was reminded by legislative counsel that an executive elected official's calendar or any elected official's calendar has come up in court cases before where a governor or a mayor has been asked for their calendar as proof that they were working or attending to business of the state or the city. So it's not unprecedented to ask a public official to provide their calendar. So with that, Mr. President, I offer the amendment that's found on 1093 of the calendar. Thank you.
Question, shall the bill be amended? Senator Chittenden Central.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank the Chair of Government Operations for the amendment. I do think it makes it much clearer and appreciate the committee's time to it. Thank you.
Question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the senator from Addison and others? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have amended the bill as offered by Senator from Addison and others. Are there any further amendments before third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S17, an act relating to sheriff reforms.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for that question?
Roll call, please.
Roll call has been requested by the senator from Essex. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, Secretary shall commence to call the roll.
Senator Baruch.
Yes.
Senator Bray.
Yes.
Senator Brock.
No.
Senator Campion.
Yes.
Senator Chitwood.
Yes.
Senator Clarkson.
Yes.
Senator Collmore.
No.
Senator Cummings.
Yes.
Senator Gulick.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Harrison. Senator Hashim.
Yes.
Senator Engel.
No.
Senator Kitchell.
Yes. Yes.
Senator Lyons.
Yes.
Senator McDonald.
Yes.
Senator Mazza.
Yes.
Senator McCormack.
Yes.
Senator Norris.
No.
Senator Pershling.
Yes.
Senator Ron Hinsdale.
Yes.
Senator Sears.
Yes.
Senator Starr.
Yes.
Senator Vyhovsky.
Yes.
Senator Watson.
Yes.
Senator Weeks.
No.
Senator Westman.
Yes.
Senator White.
Yes.
Senator Williams.
No.
Senator Renner.
Yes.
Senator Harrison.
Yes.
Please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yea, 24. Those voting nay, 6. And you have passed S17. We now have up for consideration S18. S18 was read the second time and third reading was ordered. Are there any amendments before third reading? Senator from Addison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have an amendment, but there was a question asked.
In that
Okay.
respect, we would wait until there's
Got
that
it.
third time. Thank you. Are there any amendments for third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S18, an act relating to banning flavored tobacco products and e-liquids.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Senator from Addison.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was a question asked about enforcement, and with the permission of the presenter of the bill, I just wanted to tell you about the information that I got from the Department of Liquor and Lottery, the chief of that department who oversees the enforcement. And since 2014, the department has issued 694 civil penalties for violation of selling tobacco products to individuals under whom the age is allowed. So before we moved it to 21, that would have been 18 and under 18 years old. There were 461 of those, and then after we moved it to 21, there were 235 citations for violation of selling tobacco products to minors. The first offense includes a $100 fine, and subsequent offenses are $500 fines. So I just wanted to make sure that it was clear to people that Department of Liquor and Lottery is enforcing the law and providing penalties to people who sell tobacco to minors. Thank you.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed S18. We now have up for consideration S133. Third reading was ordered on S33. Are there any amendments before third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S-133, an act relating to miscellaneous changes to education law.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have passed S-133. We now have up for consideration S-137. Third reading was ordered. Are there any amendments to be offered before third reading of S-137? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S-137, an act relating to energy efficiency modernization.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have passed S-137. We now have up for consideration S-138. As third reading was ordered on S-138, are there any amendments before third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S-138, an act relating to school safety.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have passed S-138. We now have up for consideration S-100. S-100 was read the first time and placed on the calendar for notice and is up for second reading. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S-100, an act relating to housing opportunities made for everyone.
Now you've heard the second reading of the bill. For the report on the Committee of Economic Development, Housing and General Affairs, I'd like to recognize the senator from Chittenden Southeast, Senator Rahm Hinsdale.
Thank you, Mr. President. S-100, the Housing Opportunities Made for Everyone, or HOME bill, was very intentionally named. It's about the places we call home. I have never given so much thought as to what makes a house a home as I am right now, mentally trying to wrap my mind around leaving the hospital with a newborn baby if all goes as people would expect. But I now feel even more strongly as a soon-to-be parent that it's something everyone deserves, especially our children. A safe and warm place where Vermonters can take care of their and their family's dignity, well-being, and every need. Where our kids can do homework at the kitchen table, where elders can age in place and peace, where memories can be made and cherished for a lifetime. We want every Vermonter not just to have housing, but to have a home. Unfortunately, and especially in the wake of the pandemic, many Vermonters are far from that place of safety and dignity. They are in survival mode, living unsheltered, in cars or in unsafe or inadequate situations. Vermont experienced the highest rate of growth in the unhoused population of any state in the country over the course of the pandemic, which has tripled to nearly 3,000 people at its peak. Nearly a quarter are children. Furthermore, before the pandemic, the average length of homelessness in Vermont was 54 days. Now it's 270 days. Every rung of the ladder for housing stability and homeownership is crowded. Those living on the streets or in cars are trying to get into motels. Those in motels are desperately trying to find something to rent, especially families sharing a single bedroom. Many renters are trying to save up enough for a down payment, which is now further out of reach since the average home price has seen its largest increase in recent history. Those in starter homes are looking for a home where they can grow a family. And even older Vermonters are struggling to downsize, competing for a low maintenance ender home with those seeking starter homes. We have been grappling with housing shortages for many years, but we have put off systemic solutions until now, when we are in a full-blown housing crisis. A recent University of New Hampshire poll found that well over a third of Vermonters named housing as the #1 problem facing the state, with cost of living coming in a distant second at 9%. So while we cannot solve a crisis that is decades in the making and has been exacerbated nationally, a home bill seeks to build on the $500 million we've already spent in recent years on housing to remove systemic barriers in land use planning and regulation, allowing us to develop more dense multifamily housing where we have the capacity, existing infill opportunities, and transportation corridors to build smart and sustainable. The home bill reduces regulatory barriers largely in the 41 square miles of designated growth areas and in areas served by municipal water and sewer, so we can preserve the other roughly 9,600 square miles of our state, a move that reflects our careful balance between housing and conservation. A centerpiece of this bill allows duplexing and quadruplexing by right anywhere in the state, ending de jure or unintentional but resulting discrimination against other types of housing besides single-family homes, and expanding choice and agency for Vermonters trying to afford their first home or downsize, age in place, and to free up larger single-family homes in the process. And that is a critical need. Nearly 70% of households in Vermont contain 2 people or less. We have 24,000 open jobs and less than 1,000 housing listings. And those housing options are often very far from work and need significant upgrades. So people are commuting great distances to have space for their families while getting to our employment corridors. Many of these open jobs are in our hospitals, our schools, childcare centers, and the climate workforce. So we are hard pressed to meet any of our other policy goals until we support the needs of working families to access housing and homeownership. As you will hear, we crafted a far-reaching, compassionate bill after hearing from over 100 Vermonters in all regions and all along the housing supply and support continuum. We have worked with the other committees of jurisdiction on accelerating housing development and smart growth in historic and meaningful ways, while being conscious of what has made Vermont's landscape and brand so vital and important to our overall well-being. This bill will help all of us ensure our loved ones, our children, and our grandchildren have a place to call home. And for that, I am proud of our work on landmark legislation as a committee and as a chamber. With that, I yield to the Senator from Windham. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Windham is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair of our committee, if I may call her that. Our overall goal as a committee was to understand first the various forces and conditions causing the housing crisis, and to craft potential solutions carefully and deliberately. We heard from more than 100 individuals and organizations from every county in the state, employers, state agencies, people experiencing homelessness, town and regional planners, home builders, large and small, chambers of commerce. I'll report on sections 1 through 21, and a senator from Windsor will report on the second half of the bill. The first half of S-100 contains the proposed modifications to municipal regulations and state processes and permitting, which are the barriers we know we can reduce. It's a complicated system with many players, and we want to minimize negative unintended consequences. I want to mention data is a real challenge, but we're making progress both in the development of this bill and in provisions of the bill itself. We're improving data collection at the town, regional, and state level. We appreciate it very much when we found the VHFA website, housingdata.org. We're also using commercially produced information. New development and redevelopment is encouraged in the areas already designated for growth, which are our downtowns and village centers. In many cases, we encourage more of the good things that are already happening. Reduced parking requirements, logical infill developments, more accessory dwelling units, conversion of commercial to residential, home sharing, mobile home weatherization, and mobile home park major maintenance, to name a few. Now to the sections. So I will be referring to the bill as introduced. Section 1 deals with parking, which is, everyone loves to talk about parking. Parking requirements have been a significant barrier to housing, particularly in redevelopment. We propose that a municipality cannot require more than 1 parking space per dwelling unit or ADU. The property owner or developer can provide more parking than the 1 space per unit. After speaking with towns and hearing from towns, we added language that a town may require 1.5 per unit if other parking isn't sufficient, and we do round up, so you don't have to actually build half of a parking space. Now, we found that many municipalities have already reduced parking requirements, and some even have parking maximums. So this is not a radical idea. Section 2, municipalities must allow duplexes where single-family units are allowed. And the chair spoke to this. The state of Maine made a similar change, and they are confident that it will make a difference. It will add housing units that will fit easily into the existing development patterns. It's not necessarily a quick fix, but it could be very impactful in the long run. Additional units by duplexing can be a source of income also for homeowners, a flexible way for seniors to stay in their homes, again, providing homes by sewer and water. Now, public water and sewer is a valuable resource. Most systems have capacity. New construction generally isn't economically feasible anyway without water and sewer. And with some exceptions, this is where new housing should be built, and it's critical that towns make these areas available. The towns also get to decide what are the appropriate areas with some boundaries and help from the regional commissions if necessary. For example, if a town has expanded its water system out to an industrial park, that the area between the downtown and the industrial park would not necessarily be a good place for expansion of housing. And you can see the other examples in the bill. Section 3, this limits what aspects of an emergency shelter, which is a homeless shelter, can be regulated in town zoning, including that bylaws cannot limit their daily and seasonal hours of operation. There have been instances of that occurring. With the largest surge of homelessness in the country, we do not need to put barriers on shelters. Section 4 adds definitions. Definitions for accessory dwelling unit, duplex, emergency shelter, and multi-unit or multi-family dwelling. An ADU, accessory dwelling unit, which hopefully a lot of you have seen in your communities, those are subordinate to the main house and not more than 900 square feet, and they can be part of the house or they can be detached. Emergency shelters include hotels and motels. And again, speaking to the recent homeless and ongoing challenges, Vermont has the lowest rate of unsheltered people in the country, even though we did experience the highest increase in homelessness per capita. But we were able to have that lowest rate of unsheltered people because of the hotel and motel programs. Those were fundamental. Section 5 requires that specific information be submitted to the Department of Housing and Community Development when municipalities adopt new zoning bylaws or update bylaws. And that is critical to increasing our data. We don't yet have a good data set of all of the existing housing in the state of Vermont, or even necessarily the codes that apply. So it's very important that we update that data regularly. Section 6 removes the ability of any 10 voters or property owners in a town to appeal a zoning decision. We heard a lot from developers about how the appeals process, just as much or in some cases more than the actual regulations, are what stop housing from being developed. And so we added this provision, which was later or now impacted by the amendment of the Natural Resources Committee. So you'll hear more about that later. Section 7 and 8, subdivision review. This allows towns to give their administrative officer authority to approve subdivisions and decide if a hearing is required for subdivisions. And this is important because it allows towns to expedite processes just by changing their processes. And the city of Winooski has actually done a really great job using administrative review to approve many new units of housing in the past few years. Section 9 covers appeals to the environmental division. So this is an Act 250 appeal. And it modifies existing law that the character of the area cannot be appealed in decisions on certain types of housing. So part of Act 250 includes review by the town. And the town, if a town has determined that a development will not result in an undue adverse effect of the character of the area, that specific decision may not be appealed. Now that all that's negative language. So putting it another way is that if the town board, it could be a select board, it could be a DRB, Development Review Board, if the appropriate municipal panel has decided that a development is in line with the character of the community, someone who wants to stop that development cannot say that the town was wrong in deciding that. There are other ways people can appeal the development, but they can't appeal it based on character. And character is so difficult to define, it's often used as a way to ban low income or other housing that is subject to NIMBY. So Section 10 establishes by right zoning. And what that is it requires an appropriate municipal panel to provide reasons for adjusting dimensional requirements in permit decisions on housing. So that's the language of the bill. So what it means, for example, if zoning bylaws establish a minimum lot size, when a development review is happening within the town cannot require a larger lot size as a way to stop the development. This is just basic property rights. People have a right to develop their property according to the bylaws. Sometimes development review goes outside of those guidelines and they impose what they legally don't have the authority to impose. So this rights that wrong. And I would suggest, even if we weren't talking about housing, that should be in the law. Section 11 adds detail to the required housing element in a regional plan. So the goal is, again, to get more information, to know where we are and where we need to go. The goal is to provide adequate supply of housing where most households spend not more than 30% of their income on housing and no more than 15% on transportation. These are national standards for affordable housing. And the regional plan also needs to include an estimate of the total housing investments needed and specific actions to address housing. So this needs to be an all hands on deck process. It's not, the state can't solve all of the housing problems. We need help from the private sector as well as from local governments and regional governments. Section 12 requires that the town plan be consistent with the goals of Chapter 117. It also requires the housing element of the municipal plan to include specific actions to address housing. So that's similar to what I just talked about with the regional plan. So both elements, or both levels, need to include housing. Section 13 addresses municipal energy codes. Two committees have agreed to a proposed amendment that you'll hear from the senator from Addison. Section 14 appropriates $750,000 to the Municipal and Regional Planning Fund. 15 appropriates $300,000 to hire housing resource navigators at the RPCs. And just to explain that a little bit, we're all aware that some towns have less capacity than others, particularly rural communities. And the purpose of the housing resource navigators is to help the towns with less capacity to understand the resources that are available to them to promote housing. So that's all the municipal regulations. So now Act 250, which is in Section 16 and 17. The bill temporarily amends Act 250 so that the legislature can study changes and return to this issue in the future. Specifically, the trigger for Act 250 review in downtowns, neighborhood development areas, and growth centers would be increased from 10 units in a development to 25 units with a sunset provision in July 2026. You'll hear more about this in the Natural Resources Amendment. Did everybody get this really fun book? This was produced by VHCB and the Agency of Commerce and Community Development in coordination with the Congress for the New Urbanism. It's for Vermont. It shows you planning, good planning, and has very, very specific guidance for towns. I hope you take a chance to, or take a couple minutes to look at it. And please don't throw this away or recycle it. Give it to a library, give it to your select board, give it to somebody in your town, please, when you're finished with it. But you can see how neighborhood development areas and growth centers are defined in that book. So, sections 18 and 19, those are new processes for towns to be able to be exempt from Act 250 in certain areas of the town. It creates something called an enhanced designation area. And this is something that towns have been thinking about for a long time. And what it would do, it would be a way for them to help developers through the Act, or guide developers through the Act 250 process. The developers would go to the town. Once the town proves that it has the bylaws and the capacity to handle that review, the town would handle it, which we think would really be very beneficial for developers. They are very frustrated by the duplication in many instances, and this would reduce the duplication. So the way it would work is a town would apply to the Natural Resources Board to have a designated area become an enhanced designation area by meeting the requirements in the section. So that includes adopting or having bylaws that address all of the Act 250 criteria and having sufficient staff to administer the permits. There are a few towns now that we believe would be able to manage this process, and our committee thinks they should be able to. And that is the end of Section 1 to Section 21, and now I will yield to the senator from Windsor.
The senator from Windham yields to the senator from Windsor.
Thank you. I will be addressing sections 22 through 44. And in reviewing these sections, you know, the plus of doing a FOR report is you really have the opportunity to review the work of the committee. We spent 6 weeks working on this, and I'm just reminded how much we do for so many different types of housing and how enabling our work can be. I'm reminded how many issues we've addressed in these sections are helpful to our housing challenges in some capacity, whether it's preventing eviction, which adds to our homeless challenge, or supporting some of the low-hanging fruit, which, if used, will continue to bring more housing units back on the market fast. And we enable housing of so many more people. In addition, we ask for further appropriations to support the building of new middle-income, mixed-income, recovery housing, affordable housing. We do a lot in this bill, and I know we will be heartbroken by the appropriations amendment. We will hope that, so we're anticipating that. I'm just saying that we do in this bill appropriate $90 million to continue our great work on housing, which, as you know, over the last 2.5 years, we have invested over $400 million in. So we should all be very proud of the work we have enabled. So, having said that, Section 22 prohibits future deed restrictions and covenants that require minimum dwelling unit size and more than one parking space. Section 23, because municipalities are not required to maintain Class 4 roads A new owner of a property may not know that they have a Class 4 road on their property, and this requires sellers to disclose that if a property is located on a Class 4 highway or legal trail, they need to disclose it. Sections 24 and 25 reduce duplicative permitting and exempts wastewater projects from needing a state permit if the municipality can meet the criteria to issue an authorization for it. Section 26 has, if an accessory dwelling unit, an ADU, is rented to the public, it is defined as a public building for the purposes of the fire and safety code and building regulations. Section 27 creates a new full-time litigator position in the Human Rights Commission and appropriates $150,000 to fund a position in FY24. Right now, the executive director of the Human Rights Commission litigates, investigates, and runs the commission. These cases are intense and challenging, and a lot of time is spent trying first to mediate and resolve these cases so that they don't have to go to court. But if they go to court, they take even more time. And if our executive director is in court, she is not available to run the commission. So the commission is in need, and we honor that, and the request to have an additional litigator. Section 28 updates a penalty which has not been updated since it was enacted in 1987. This section increases the criminal fine for a violation of the Fair Housing and Public Accommodations Act from $1,000 to $10,000. Section 29. In an effort to keep safety but reduce the cost of building new housing units, we ask that the Division of Fire Safety study potential revisions to the fire and life safety codes that could facilitate creation of new housing units, and I would add less expensive housing units. It gives the division an opportunity to review best practices in other jurisdictions where costs are a little more manageable and safety isn't compromised. The division will report back to us in January. And while we appreciate that in many of these reports, we're asking this division, but often we ask other departments to take on more work. And while we've provided for more staffing for this division last year, we're just cognizant that this is always an issue. The more we ask, the more they need staff to help them do it. Anyway, it just is an ongoing issue and concern. Section 30 creates, this is kind of great. I mean, well, a lot of it's great, but this creates an eviction rescue fund, which is designed to prevent evictions. If we can prevent evictions, we can save costs of human time, human trauma, and cost to the state. This section appropriates $2.5 million in general fund to the Agency of Human Services to provide funding on behalf of tenants for rental arrears and to help prevent eviction for non-payment of rent if such funding will preserve a tenancy. Having a family evicted over a modest problem costs all involved more money than paying for a small fix. If, because let's say you have a domestic violence incident and a hole somehow is knocked into a wall and a family can't pay rent and hasn't paid to fix it, and that becomes an issue over which they are being evicted, this rescue fund would pay for it and prevent that family from losing their home. Section 31. In this bill, we address shorter and longer term housing solutions. Some of the shorter term solutions are the low-hanging fruit we've already invested in over the last few years. VHIP and ADU programs are the example, Vermont Housing Improvement Program and the Accessory Dwelling Unit programs. In addition, we have opportunities to open and share our homes with people who pay rent. And this has been so successful in some sections of the state, in some areas of the state, but it could be rolled out more successfully statewide. In this section, we appropriate $200,000 of general fund to the Department of Housing and Community Development to fund an expansion of our home sharing programs and opportunities throughout the state. Section 32, our mobile home parks and the homes within them are often underinvested in and in need of repair. This section appropriates $500,000 of general fund to DHCD to provide financial support for mobile home repair, home improvements, housing transition, legal and technical assistance, and directs the department, along with CVEO, to report on the infrastructure needs, opportunities, and barriers for mobile home parks and their owners. Anyway, we're looking forward to getting this report. Sections 33 and 34, in rolling out, last year we rolled out our first generation home buyer program, which is an addition to our incredibly Vermont Housing Finance Agency's very successful first-time home buyers program, which helped with the down payment assistance. VHFA found that to serve this community of first-generation homeowners, we needed to modify the definition of first-generation home buyer. So we've redefined it here in this section to mean a person whose parents have not owned a home or who have not lost a home in foreclosure or similar legal process. Sections 35 through 37. The shortage of homes for sale and rent is driving up costs and making housing even less affordable. We know that Vermont needs 30 to 40,000 more homes by 2030. Even in our area of the Upper Valley, it's estimated we need 10,000 ASAP. And if we can meet that target, it will help address inflation by bringing down the cost of housing, which is a major factor in calculating inflation. The cost of building affordable apartments has increased by 30% since the pandemic began. I mean, that's staggering. That's only 3 years ago. Additionally, the Realtors MLS data shows that the median price of newly constructed homes for sale is $555,000 here in Vermont. The shortage of homes at modest price points is limiting our state's economic future and further exacerbating the inequitable access to housing that we know people of color in our state and those of middle incomes. We address this both in our first generation home buyer program and in these sections, which I'm addressing now, which address the needs of middle income Vermonters. The housing funding in S100 will create a tapestry, a whole range of outcomes for housing people who are homeless, to improving the quality of rental housing, to adding new apartments to our workforce, to building new modest starter homes. Section 35 repeals our session law last year on the missing middle income home ownership program, and Section 36 codifies that program in statute and is modified to expand the demographic and geographic reach of the program and improve accessibility. And the program helps, as you may remember, fund the gap between the cost of building a modest starter home, averaging about 1,500 square feet, and the appraised value. The Missing Middle Income Home Ownership Program is a program that was launched last year when we, the legislature, awarded $15 million in ARPA funds to build or renovate modest for sale homes, which were sold to income eligible households. We just added in the BAA, we just added $8 million to this program, and they've gotten, already in the first year, they got over $23 million worth of applications in the first 2 months, and they have funded over 140 homes, which would have funded over 140 homes, which we didn't have enough money to fund 140 homes, but it would have. So clearly there's demand for this program. There's demand for this. And S100 gives appropriates another $20 million to this program, to the Vermont Housing Finance Agency, so that they can open the applications again, which we hope will fund an additional 120 homes. The projects that have applied for this funding were from 15 different towns, spread across nine counties, showing that we need more homes for sale everywhere. The homes were modestly sized, averaging, as I said, 1,500 square feet, and awards went to a mix of larger nonprofit developers, private builders, and several Habitat for Humanity chapters. 1/3 of the funding for this program is reserved for a shared equity housing program through a network of the state's nonprofits. Sections 38 through 39 address our new rental revolving loan fund. This is a new program and was requested by our state employees, in particular employers who are desperate to house their new and existing workforce. This new program, right now, our state employers are feeling that they need to go it alone and build housing for their workers. And we heard from several who are doing this. But we would love to offer these employers another path for their investments, where they can contribute into a housing where they can contribute to a housing development so it gets built locally, but not recreate company towns, which tie workers and employers in complicated ways. This program would provide loans to housing developers who build apartments that are rented to households who wouldn't qualify for traditional affordable housing because their incomes are slightly too high. This is, again, addressing more middle income workers here in Vermont. Eligible tenants would earn between 65% to 150% of area median income. This is about $40,000 to $110,000 of income for a household. These loans can be combined with traditional affordable subsidies, which help us fund more mixed income communities. This is similar to what the state did in 2017 when we funded a very successful housing bond, which many of you voted to do, along with me, our $35 million housing bond that set aside 25% of those funds for apartments housing people earning between 80 and 120% of area median income. This program is desperately needed because the cost to build housing is higher than the loans available to builders. How much a builder can borrow is set based on the rents charged to tenants, and there's a gap between the cost to build and what they can borrow. The program will fill that gap up to 35% of the total development costs of the project, and this will especially help smaller projects, and it'll be a resource for smaller developers. Sections 40 to 41 amends the VHIP, the popular Vermont Housing Improvement Program, designed to bring vacant, blighted, non-code compliant, and non-weatherized apartments and housing units back into use. This program, coupled with our ADU program, have helped us address short-term housing needs. We expand the types of new units that may be created using the program grants or forgivable loans by adding units in a multi-unit building and incorporating the ADU statute into the VHIP program. All these units must be rented as long-term housing units. We're not going to have state dollars going in to support short-term rentals. In Section 41, we ask for an additional $20 million for this incredibly successful program. Section 42, we appropriate $25 million to the Vermont Housing and Conservation Board to create new, affordable, mixed income rental housing and home ownership units, which includes everything from their amazing work, improvements to mobile homes, recovery residences, housing for farm workers and refugees, and for homeless shelters and housing for those exiting homelessness. Section 43 charges the auditor of accounts to deliver a plan, cost estimates, and a timetable for conducting a performance audit of the residential housing development and approval process. The idea for this is to be a performance audit rather than a financial audit. And finally, Broadly, this S100 takes effect as of July 1st, 2023. Some of the zoning elements are delayed, which is designed to give our towns time to update their bylaws. We heard from more witnesses than there are pages in the bill. We heard from 73 witnesses, and in addition, we had a public hearing, and we heard from 50 additional people at that public hearing. In particular, so we heard from incredibly articulate, thoughtful people on all sorts of housing, but in particular, we want to do a special thanks to our splendid support team, our extraordinary legislative counsel, Ellen Chakowski, Davian Leonard, and David Hall. And we could have done none of this without the amazing above and beyond assistance of our committee assistant, Scott Moore. Our committee vote was 5-0-0, and we asked for the support on the state's home bill, our housing opportunities made for everyone. Thank you.
You've heard the report from the Committee on Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs. Now for the report of the Committee on Natural Resources and Energy, the Senator from Addison, Senator Bray.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is our committee report appears on page 1094. However, I'd like to move that we be allowed to substitute report developed by the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee in concert with the Economic Development Committee over the 2 weeks since we originally voted that report out.
Now, the Senator from Addison has moved that the substitute amendment as found on page 1101 be substituted for the committee report on page 1094. Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have substituted the report on page 1101 for the original committee report on page 1095. Now for the report of the Committee on Natural Resources as substituted, the Senator from Addison, Senator Bray.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, I'm reporting on an amended report which reflects a dialogue between the two committees of jurisdiction over the 13 days since we originally voted this bill out of committee. It's subsequently been voted favorably by both committees. The overarching perspective, I'd say, for our committee had two elements, two fundamentals. The first is that good development is good development. Good planning is good planning, and that can happen. That planning can happen at the municipal level, the regional level, or the state level. The second thing is that we realize, along with the Economic Development Committee, that Vermont needs more housing, especially affordable housing, which in the bill is referred to as a priority housing project. And if you put these two together, the need for housing and the need for good planning, it adds up to the amendment we're offering here, which offers an unprecedented level of support for developing priorities housing projects by removing them from the Act 250 process entirely in a number of instances, and I'll go through in more detail what those are. But they have to, the exemption is you're eligible for that if they are constructed in accordance with smart growth principles. So namely, these are things we're all familiar with. We look to do development in the developed areas of our town and state. We look to keep green natural areas outside those spaces healthy and productive as working forests, working lands, and just natural spaces for recreation and their own inherent value in the environment. So how do we recognize smart growth principles? What's the metric we go by? And in this bill, we use the designated programs that are offered under the aegis of the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, mainly designated downtowns, neighborhood development areas, growth centers, And we add a new designation for, there are already village centers, but we offer a enhanced village center opportunity. So just in terms of letting people know the scope of what we're taking projects, priority housing projects, out of the Act 250 process, that means that there are 24 such downtowns, there are 17 neighborhood development areas, there are 6 growth centers, and there are currently eligible 227 village centers around the state. So that's a total of 274 localities that will have the opportunity to develop with Act 250 waived, and we'll go through in more detail how the bill does that, as well as some other details. So the priority housing project exemptions are available for 3 years with 3 more years for construction. And I want to just note that briefly we are currently in the process of having the Agency of Commerce and Community Development reconsider and redevelop their designation program. That's already been appropriated last year, and that work has already been commenced. There is also an appropriation pending right now in the Appropriations Committee to fund a work on the part of the Natural Resources Board to examine their program comprehensively and look for improvements to the Natural Resources Board operations, as well as Act 250. Both those reports are due later this year. So the reason for a sunset, namely that through 2026, all these exemptions are removed, or offered, excuse me, and with an additional 3 years more to actually complete construction, we're doing these as sunsetted provisions rather than permanent law for 2 reasons. I think it's good governance. If we're going to, as a body, ask for operating areas to do research and report back to us, it's only good governance not to write permanent law prior to receiving those reports back. We're investing many hundreds of thousands of dollars in that work, and it's also respectful to all the parties that are getting together to do that work. So that's the underlying rationale for sunset. Turning now to Bill, our, again, combined amendment from the 2 committees, which begins on page 1101, is offered as 8 instances of amendment, which I'll walk through now. So first instance of amendment, it relates to a section of the housing bill that related to density in towns with a minimum number of units allowable per acre. The Economic Development Committee had at 1.5 units. It was reduced to 4, and Senate Natural moved that back up in order to lean into the notion of density. If we're going to be doing dense development, let's not give up 25% of the opportunity by doing 4 units rather than 5. In the second instance of amendment, relates to appeals of the decisions of an administrative officer, which is in current law, a group of 10 or more people may appeal rulings by an administrative officer in a municipality. So a building permit, for instance. There was concern that that was too broad, and so we provide restrictions on how that, when and how such an appeal can be brought. So rather than just any 10 persons, it's any 10 persons who allege a common injury. So it has to be a single complaint documented and argued by 10 or more people, and it has to be to a particularized interest. In other words, to a particularized provision in municipal law. It can't just be an overarching complaint. And then further on in that same paragraph, we add more specificity about what provisions are allowed or disallowed. And here we disallow the particularized interest shall not include the character of the area affected. And I think we learned from the Economic Development Committee that character of the area affected was one of the more problematic, maybe abused provisions that sometimes led to exclusionary development of housing. In the third instance of amendment, on page 1102, we address energy codes. In the state of Vermont, we have some municipalities that wish to have energy codes that are more energy saving than the state energy codes, which are referred to here as the residential building energy standards and the commercial building energy standards. We allow for any municipality, you'll see the very last phrase of the underlined language on page 1103, that when a municipality has amended its charter to change the residential or commercial building energy standards, that is allowed. Otherwise, they have to be uniform across the state. In the fourth instance of amendment, we begin in some Act 250 amendments, and the first of which appears on 1103. So here you'll see in sub 11 that until July 1, 2026, construction of housing projects such as cooperatives, condominiums, dwellings, and mobile homes with 25 or more units constructed and maintained on tracts or tracts only and located entirely within designated downtown development district, designated neighborhood development area, designated growth center is allowed. So it's 20. The unit, the level is moved to 25. On the next page, we have additional provisions relating, so that is housing generally. And draw a distinction to what we're offering on page 1104, where we're talking about priority housing projects. So those are the ones that include affordable housing. Just to remind people, the units developed, 20% have to be affordably priced, the others can be market priced. They also can be mixed, and that can include commercial development up to 40%. So what do we do for priority housing projects? The one that we are most trying to incentivize in the bill. And that is, we say that notwithstanding any other provision of law, construction of our priority housing projects in a designated downtown neighborhood development area or growth center, there is no cap. The only provisions of law, Act 250 will not apply to these, period. The fifth instance of amendment, again, also on 1104, offers another opportunity to municipalities that want to facilitate development. It's referred to as a master plan permit. Under the provisions of a master plan permit, a municipality can, in essence, gain something akin to an Act 250 permit for a designated area. And then development within that area only requires permit amendment as the development is grown over time. So we already do something like this in industrial parks. You can permit an entire industrial park. And then as buildings are filled in, businesses arrive, there's a reconsideration and just a permit adjustment, a less timely and expensive process to add more development in that area that has the master permit. The sixth instance of amendment on 1105, referred to as the bright line provision. How do these exemptions work? What are the timing requirements? We want to be precise in terms of answering the question of, am I eligible for this exemption or am I not? And how do I make sure I qualify? So the prose is rather dense here with all these citations, but what it boils down to is that if you're permitting a designated downtown, a neighborhood development area, or a growth center, you need to apply for a jurisdictional opinion from the NRB prior to July 1, 2026. So that's the 3-year, that's the date of the 3-year sunset. Jurisdictional opinion just means you bring your project to the NRB, the Natural Resources Board. They examine the location of your project. They see that it falls in with the provisions that we're offering in this bill, and they issue a formal statement, a jurisdictional opinion that says your project is not under the jurisdiction of Act 250. That piece of paper is important in terms of making sure that you have a legal right that is dated and that qualifies you for the exemption. The second piece is we want to ensure that these there is some timeliness to the use of such permits. So the second sentence there says it requires the project to substantially complete construction by June 30 of 2029 in order to remain exempt. Seventh instance of amendment, also on 1105, we offer enhanced village centers. So we already have 227 village centers in the state of Vermont. So let me pause. There was some concern that that all the kind of planned areas, smart growth areas that we've been talking about so far, designated downtowns, neighborhood development areas, and growth centers are going to be in larger towns with more. How about the rest of us was kind of the idea. Smaller towns all across the state, and their designation program through Agency of Commerce and Community Development are referred to as village centers. And again, there are 227, they're everywhere. So the notion was, what can we do for these smaller towns that have done less so far on planning? And we also want to, so we want to open an opportunity to them, but we also want to put some guardrails on it. And so we create the opportunity to get your designation as a village center amended to an enhanced village center. And when you do, you're allowed to build up to 50 priority housing units without triggering Act 250. So I live in Bristol Village of roughly 1,800 people, and the largest housing project going on right now has 20 units in it. So 50 units in a small town, I think, will be a very substantial, it's not the unlimited number for the other centers we've been talking about, but it is a substantial number. So what do you need to have to qualify as an enhanced village center? The conditions begin on the bottom of page 1105 and carry over onto 1106. You need to have permanent zoning subdivision bylaws. You have to have some infrastructure available to support that development, and that's listed in B here. Municipal sewer infrastructure, a community or alternative wastewater system approved by the Agency of Natural Resources, or a public community water system. And then last, third, and C, adequate municipal staff to support coordinated, comprehensive, and capital planning, development, review, and zoning administration. So we do want to ensure that, especially if you were to have 50 unit development show up in your village, that you would have some capacity to manage that project successfully. And then what follows immediately below is the same exemption language through July 1 of 2026. Then immediately following that, in the same section, we get to neighborhood development areas. We lay out the exact same language. We want to ensure, again, orderly development with some infrastructure. So in 6, on 1106, you'll see the same things again. A, municipal sewer. B, community alternative wastewater. C, approved by A&R. And then C, a community water system. That brings us to the 8th instance of amendment, which struck an earlier provision related to municipal sewer and water hookups, which we removed because when we contacted municipal water professionals, they informed us that there was conflicting opinions about the suitability of the language and the way the program would work. There's also already a process in Vermont law where a municipality can be delegated authority to make such connections. And the one municipality that's done so has subsequently requested de-delegation to turn that responsibility back over to the Agency of Natural Resources. So in its place, we substitute an Energy Building Code Study Committee. The findings that appear on 1107 provide the rationale for this work. So again, when we're building housing, especially affordable housing, we're aiming to develop housing that is affordable for the long haul. And one of the more expensive things you face as a homeowner is the heating of your home, heating and cooling. So we're looking to support energy efficient construction throughout the state of Vermont. The residential and commercial building energy standards are mandatory. Looking at finding 2, they're mandatory, but while only the largest municipalities have someone capable and on staff to review and inspect. Many municipalities have no such personnel, and there's no state agency or office designated to interpret, administer, or enforce these provisions. As a result, we're seeing decreased compliance with the energy codes, and which is not in the customer's best interest. We took a testimony where investments as small as 2% over quality construction led to significant reductions of costs that were recovered in the near term and then yielded decades of savings. So when we talk about housing, it's worth remembering that it's around, the house I'm in, I live in, was built in 1802. We talk about how much old housing we have in the state. So let's build right and build energy efficient from the beginning. So in order to try to solve this problem where we don't have a clear single state agency to handle it, there's a study committee created in sub A. The membership is spelled out in B, and there's a report back in December 1 of 2023 to see if we can solve this puzzle that's been plaguing us for a number of years. And then that section closes 25A, the study committee. There's an appropriation, which appropriations committee will be speaking to, and that brings us to the end of our report. So the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee voted out this amended report, substitute report 320, and let the Economic Development Committee report their own vote, but it was voted out favorably by the 2 committees. That completes my report. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator from Addison, for that report from the Committee on Senate Natural Resources and Energy. The bill was also referred to the Committee on Finance, which reports that it has considered the bill and that it ought to pass. For that report, I'd recognize the Senator from Washington, Senator Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I am going to be blessedly brief. Senate Finance, we're not sure why we got the bill. We were informed because if by any possibility applications to Act 250 are declined, then revenues might decline. But since fees are supposed to cover the cost of the service, who knows whether there will be more or less applications. We felt that this would have a de minimis amount. If you have fewer, you collect money to cover less costs. So we voted this out favorably, 7-0-0.
The bill is then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, and for the report of the Committee on Appropriations, I'd like to hear from the Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Appropriations reports favorably on S100 with a recommendation of amendment. And why this amendment might be heartbreaking to some senators, none of the 6 instances of this amendment should be surprising. They're all striking out sections that had appropriations in them. Basically, I won't describe each section's appropriation, but basically, if you're following the report from either the Senator from Windham or Windsor, if they mentioned any program that has money, whether it be for per diems or for incentives or for positions, Those in this amendment are all stricken out. So the first instance of amendment is strike, and I'm using the bill as introduced except for one section. This amendment is on page 1109 and it goes to 1110. The first is by striking out section 14. The second instance was striking out section 15. The third, and this is where you'd have to go to the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee amendment, strikes out section 25A. The fourth instance strikes out section 27. The fifth strikes out 9 sections, sections 30 through 39. And the sixth instance of amendment strikes out sections 41 and 42. So with all these appropriations stricken out, the committee recommends that the bill be amended as I just explained, and our vote on this amendment was 601. Thank you.
I'm going to explain for a moment what the order of our votes are going to be due to the complex nature of the situation. We have the substitute amendment by the Committee on Natural Resources, and we have the amendment by appropriations. We'll be first voting on the substitute amendment by Natural Resources because the appropriations amendment affects language both in the underlying bill and in the substitution amendment. In order for that to apply, it has to be amending the amended bill. I hope that's clear. So the first question is, shall the Senate adopt the substitute amendment as offered by the Committee on Natural Resources and Energy? Senator from Windham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to report that the Economic Development, Housing, and General Affairs Committee approved the full substitute amendment by the Committee of Natural Resources and Energy 500.
So the question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Natural Resources and Energy as substituted? Senator from Chittenden Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if I might inquire of the reporter of the amendment from Senate Natural Resources and Energy.
The Senator from Addison is interrogated as the reporter of the amendment.
I first of all want to thank both committees of jurisdiction. This is the most important topic and one of the main reasons why I ran Vermont Needs More Houses. Climate, workforce, and affordability all lead to housing. As both chairs of the committees of jurisdiction know, I am planning to introduce an amendment tomorrow at third reading. I want to hear some of the where the final amendment landed. I just have a couple of questions on the report out from the reporter from Senate Natural Resources. First of all, I just wanted to clarify. I have heard since your amendment came out a lot of outreach from mayors, town leaders, builders, as well as the Vermont League of Cities and Towns regarding the 25-5-5 versus the 10-5-5-5. I know Economic Development had this bill, it's a committee bill, for many, many weeks, and I know you were in a very compressed time frame. Might you have any idea of individuals that you did hear testimony from regarding the change that you made to the original bill on that threshold piece? Who you heard from?
I regret to say I did not bring my witness list with me, so my mistake. I'd be happy to, we could recess, I could get that, or I could provide that between now and third reading. But suffice it to say, we had dozens of witnesses, and they spoke broadly to almost every aspect of the bill that we were considering, including those thresholds that you were alluding to.
Mr. President, I thank the senator for that response. My amendment is going to be regarding this 25-5 versus 10-5-5, and not necessarily, it won't be what the, as you've already seen some contours of it, not what was in the original bill, nor what is in your amendment. And I'm just curious, and I've just, in your testimony so far in your years of service, do you have any idea where that number 10 came from, that your amendment reverted back to for, I believe, 99.7% of the state? The 10 units per 5 miles.
That is a provision of the original Act 250 as passed by the General Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last question I had is, I heard in the original setup of your report today, you said 200 plus localities. Just to clarify, those are localities as in some of the enhanced designation areas, not 200 municipalities. Is that correct?
Well, the 227, those are village centers. So I think those are individual localities. The others are a collection of potentially overlapping designations. For instance, Middlebury has a designated downtown. It also has a designated area. a short distance away, neighborhood development area. So it has two.
I thank the senator very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Rutland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to interrogate the reporter of the substitute amendment.
The senator from Addison is interrogated.
And I realize there, as you mentioned, is a lot of complexity going on. So I'm trying to get clarity on some things. Would the version that passed the Senate Economic Development Committee result in more housing for more communities than the substitute amendment is offering?
That is a hypothetical we never examined in committee. I really, I don't feel like it'd be appropriate for me to answer that question. I would be guessing.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I understand there are downtowns, there are neighborhood development areas, there are growth centers, and now we have what's known as the Enhanced Village Center. By limiting changes to those designated areas, how will communities, and I assume there are communities that don't have those designations, how will they make sure their families have new homes?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the last part of your question?
Certainly. With due respect to all the folks that live in the downtowns and the neighborhood development areas and the growth centers, et cetera, I assume there are still communities or areas that don't have those designations. My question is, how will those folks manage to make sure their families have homes?
Well, under Act 250, well, there's a number of answers to that. One, any community, so there's 227 localities with village centers out of, I was going to say 246. I think now with the split into Essex, we might be at 247 for municipalities. So the majority have them, but there is a process for designation. And so if they wish to gain that designation, which would allow them to build up to 50 units, priority housing project units, without triggering any kind of Act 250 review, they could seek that and they would consult with the Agency of Commerce and Community Development in order to proceed in that way. I should also say that that housing generally, development has been allowed for the last 53 years. There's no Act 250 trigger for housing that is 9 or fewer, the 10 threshold that brings you into Act 250. So you could be developing 9 units of housing without triggering Act 250. And if you wish to go over 10 or more units, you would enter Act 250, which, although some people have concerns about participating in Act 250, I should note that in the history of the program, it's issued over 33,000 permits and amendments. So much of the housing that we see today has successfully passed through that project. So in short, there are many opportunities, different routes that will fit each town in its own way. There's also the opportunity to increase housing by taking existing housing that, for instance, a single-family home, and turning it into a duplex or a quadplex, so increasing the density without any new construction other than the remodeling to accommodate more people living in an existing dwelling.
I thank the Senator. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Essex.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I interrogate the reporter of the amendment, please?
The senator from Addison is interrogated as a reporter of the substitute amendment.
As Mr. President had said, and as my colleague, Senior Senator from Rutland, had said, this is complex. Mr. President, a community that has no zoning and no public water, just a select board of, say, 3 members and a town clerk, are they able to build up to 50 housing units in their communities?
Yes, they can.
And how would that be? What process would they go through?
If you're building 50 units of housing, you would trigger Act 250 unless you were using one of the exemptions that we've just gone through today. And then in that Act 250 process, it could be 50, it could be 150, it could be 250. The project stands alone as it proceeds through Act 250.
But wouldn't they have to hire, Mr. President, a whole slew of people to monitor compliances with Act 250s as outlined in your amendment?
Well, one of the advantages of Act 250 is that for small towns, such as the one that sounds like you're describing, that lacks a depth of planning and administration of planning, the Act 250 process actually is what they can rely on. It was designed to do precisely that, so that towns that lacked such planning could rely on a thorough planning process offered on their behalf, in essence, by the state.
So it wouldn't cost the town anything for planning at all? Act 250 would absorb those costs?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that question.
Mr. President, the Act 250 would absorb all those costs associated with all the planning and compliance?
It provides an orderly planning process where a variety of criteria are considered. There are 10 Act 250 criteria, and those are addressed as going through that process.
Mr. President, are you aware if the Rural Caucus supported the expansion of 2555?
I am not aware.
I believe that they had. I just didn't know if they, Mr. President, if you were aware of that or not. What tools now do the rural communities have to increase housing in their rural communities?
Well, as we just discussed, there are, if we're talking rural includes, there are, as we've discussed today, if we're going to assume that no small rural community has a designated downtown, for instance, and you wanted to talk about the smaller towns, then as I said, there are already 227 village centers defined under the state designation program, and they are eligible for an enhanced designation that then allows them to develop up to 50 units of priority housing without any Act 250 review. Otherwise, if they're not interested in getting that kind of designation and don't want to invest in growing their own planning and development, a DRB, et cetera, and funding that, then they can rely on the state program, Act 250, administered by the Natural Resources Board, to deal with that application on the town's behalf.
Mr. President, are there any equity impacts of limiting affordable housing to just downtown centers?
I'm not sure I follow the question, so maybe you could rephrase it.
With the expansions of having to have all kinds of committees and all kinds of bureaucratic red tape to do what we're trying to do here, which is to expand housing, affordable housing to all areas of Vermont. When we are putting such restrictions on and allowing certain areas favoritism over others, is that an equitable situation? Is that causing a problem in our rural areas? In your opinion, Mr. President?
Respectfully, I would reject two premises in the question. One is that there's some discrimination going on. The bill as offered is entirely even-handed, and actually the majority of the number of localities named for special treatment under the bill are actually rural. So I'm not sure that I see any prejudice against those individuals or those localities. On the other side, when the process of having a committee review an application is described as bureaucratic red tape, I would simply revert to where we started today's discussion. Good planning is good planning. That requires thoughtful engagement by individuals who have the best interest in the town in hand, as well as a knowledge of what's required to develop a quality project.
Mr. President, the amendment that's being offered by Natural Resource versus the bill that was first passed out unanimously, does it complicate and make it harder to build more affordable housing in the state of Vermont?
I'm going to need some help with that question. What bill are we talking about that was passed unanimously?
The bill that was passed out, the bill that we're talking about on the floor today, F-100, does the amendment that's being proposed, the substitute amendment that we're finding on 1101, does it make it harder? Does that amendment create more hardships to build more affordable housing in the state of Vermont versus the way that S-100 originally was, that came out of committee?
I don't think I'm equipped to answer that question in terms of, I'm not sure what you mean by hardship. Maybe you could define hardship and I could answer.
Does it create more red tape to, and more expense and cause and delays and the timeline and more bureaucratic red tape to build affordable housing, which was what S-100 came out and was meant to be? The question is, Mr. President, does this amendment, the substitute amendment, does it create more hardships to build affordable housing in the state of Vermont?
I really can't genuinely answer that question. In terms of defining anything there as hardship, we added in the Natural Resources and Energy Committee the 227 entities, village centers that can now be designated as enhanced village centers. So I would say we expand, and each of those localities can have up to 50 units of priority housing without any Act 250 review. So if I did the math on the 227 and multiplied by 50, I think you'd have well over 10,000 units that were capable of being developed. So it feels to me like my conclusion would be we expanded the opportunities, particularly for rural Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Rutland.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I interrogate the reporter of the amendment?
The senator from Addison is interrogated as the reporter of the substitute amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we have a total number of housing units, the new housing units that we need in the state?
There have been the Agency of Commerce and Community Development and other entities, Vermont Housing and Finance Agency has talked about this. The numbers I've heard, what the committee heard, ranged between 20 and 40,000 units over the next decade.
Thank you, Mr. President. So an average of 30, yeah. Is there even, I can't do the math in my head, but is there even enough land area designated to put that number of units in your plan?
There's two pieces to the answer. I think, that sort of approximate math we just did on enhanced village centers would be over 10,000 possible units if implemented everywhere. Then on the other designated areas that we talked about, neighborhood development areas, growth centers, and designated downtowns, we lift the cap entirely. So it would be a local decision as to how many units would be built. I wouldn't speculate as to how many thousands of units any municipality or municipalities in total would choose to develop. That would be a local decision.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Natural Resources as substituted? Are you ready for the question? Oh, I apologize. Senator from Chittenden Southeast. My apologies.
No need to apologize, Mr. President. I just put my hand up. I just wanted to take a moment to address both the questions that have come up and the larger issue of the balance that our committee found. I don't remember if I quite caught it with the senator from Rutland, but I did hear the senator from Essex ask if this will limit affordable housing specifically as it relates to the 2555 provision. And I may expound on this tomorrow as we continue the discussion, but I just want to make it clear that that 25 units, the increase of 15 units, is probably one of the only areas in the bill where we're not specifically talking about affordable housing or what's defined as perpetually affordable housing. Almost everything else in the bill, especially the investments we make, touch on the affordable housing component. But many people have come to me over the course of deliberation on the bill, and they've asked two things. Is this bill going to contribute to sprawl that starts to anger people about where we're building housing? And will this bill help second homeowners more than it will help primary homeowners? When we look at each and every provision around encouraging multifamily housing and investing in workforce housing with very specific restrictions, those pieces I can say with great certainty do ensure that we are not engaging in building that will increase sprawl or helping those who might purchase a second home instead of a primary home, which is not the intention of this bill. But the 2555 provision really doesn't have any of those other parameters. And we fully anticipated that this would be a conversation with the Senate Natural Resources and Energy Committee. And I want to make sure people know that the opportunities do exist across the state to increase affordable and multifamily housing in this bill. Just as a reminder, duplexing by right is everywhere, and we heard from a lot of rural communities that they're starting to look at this as a really valuable solution to meeting their needs in a very gentle way that doesn't harm the landscape. Many communities would have the ability to receive new designation, which hopefully will start to signal for next year's work on this issue that we are ready to look at how these designations work and where they can be most beneficial. There are resources in the bill, if that should come to fruition, that help with infill development, as well as BHIP has been one of our most successful programs to take blighted properties or properties that are not up to code and bring them back onto the market across the state. So I still see many opportunities for us to do the type of development that Vermonters have come to expect from us that balances both our rural landscape and our housing needs in this moment. I'd just like, on a broader sense, to say that a phrase I've heard a lot this session is that Act 250 has worked for the last 50 years, and I would generally agree. And we're here striking this balance today with more work to come, because we still must stop and ask ourselves, Act 250 has worked for who? Perhaps to the senator from Essex's point. In many ways, Act 250 has shaped the landscape that attracted many of us here or has kept us from leaving, a landscape that truly makes Vermont special. We must stop and ask ourselves what was happening 50 years ago. We were seeing the rapid conversion of farms and working lands into subdivisions and irreversible development. We were seeing the rise of car culture, the bisection of communities with highways, and the accompanying billboards and establishments of convenience begin to dot roadsides and hillsides across the country. We were gaining environmental consciousness of our collective impact on the land, air, water, and soil with actions like the First Earth Day and the Back to the Land movement. And in these contexts, Act 250 has indeed worked. At the same time, our policies of limited growth have also had the darker side for much of our history in Vermont. They have contributed to a growing wealth and racial homeownership gap that is too vast to ignore. 50 years ago, urban renewal policies also raised the homes of immigrants and low-income people in our downtowns. Real estate promotions encouraged white flight to Vermont as a haven of homogeneity, while indigenous Vermonters were unsuccessfully demanding their land and environmental rights back. Covenants from South Burlington to the Northeast Kingdom explicitly excluded Black and Jewish people from living in certain types of housing and neighborhood association. We know that 50 years ago, Black homeownership in the state was 38%, and now it has fallen to just 21%. So throughout its history, Act 250 has caused Vermonters to ask themselves, what separates the preservation of open space and the dominant notion of the Vermont way of life from the creation of what effectively amounts to gated communities that bar the next generation from the freedoms of prosperity and agency enjoyed by the last? Act 250 has worked, but for who, and importantly, for whose dream of homeownership in this beautiful landscape to be realized? When people use environmental and aesthetic concerns to limit multifamily housing, they may not realize they are part of a legacy of organizing these arguments against those considered undesirable to have in our neighborhoods, of pulling up the ladder on the dream of others to share in the beauty and wonder of our great little state. Discriminating against multifamily workforce housing is simply discrimination against our fellow Vermonters, and we must rebalance the tools we have for smart growth to recognize that reality. As we think about these questions anew, we must do it in the context of the existential threat of climate change, and to recognize that many of us here now are climate immigrants, those who could afford to choose to move here and give our children and the next generation a better way of life environmentally. But for that model to be sustainable, it must be equitable, and it must take into account a just transition of the climate refugees that are coming. Those who will need to move north with increasing heat and away from the coastlines facing rising sea levels, and who have not had the same means to hedge their bets with a second home or buy into our increasingly expensive and exclusive landscape already. Vermont has some of the most resilient climate counties in the nation. Our ability to shape the change and our willingness not to pull up the ladder on those who come next is the greatest challenge of growth that is at our doorstep. With the need to set aside some deeply held experiences and beliefs, your committees on economic development and housing and natural resources and energy have begun to get at our shared values and the reasons we love Vermont, before it's too late to answer these questions thoughtfully and in balance. What you are seeing here is that progress, and it is progress we intend to build on. But if there's one thing that has served us well in Vermont, it's that we are not to be rushed into abandoning what's working when we solve our problems collectively. Act 250 has worked, and now we must extend these solutions and broaden our sense of community so it works for all of us. The balance we have struck is the balance Vermonters are seeking right now in a crisis, recognizing that more crises are to come, and too much change too fast will only cause the pendulum to swing wildly between economy and environment, instead of toward justice and equitable, sustainable growth. It is incumbent upon all of us to look more deeply into a future where environment, equity, and economy put down their arms and work together to build the Vermont we need to be, where we work together to build that Vermont. I ask that you support our two committees, not just in this amendment and its thoughtful, careful balance, but in building trust and cooperation for the work we have left to do. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Natural Resources? Senator from Windsor.
President, the last time I rose and started my remarks by saying I wasn't planning on speaking, there was audible chuckling in the chamber. Not among adversaries, among my friends. I actually was not planning on speaking. And I'm working without notes, and I beg the forgiveness of my colleagues if I sound like I'm making this up as I'm going along, because I am. What was happening 50 years ago? 50 years ago, Vermont was in a situation that Dean Davis described as the tragedy of Vermont is that our beauty is a function of our poverty. Vermont had been a backwater for over a century. The population in 1950 was about what it was in 1850. And by 1969, Vermont was going through a post-World War II boom, largely because of ski development, but other forms of development as well. The conservatives in Vermont, and that word has come to have not only a different meaning these days, it has come to mean the opposite of what it once meant. Conservative meaning respectful of institutions, respectful of tradition, willing to change but reluctant. A tendency to put the burden of proof on the advocates of change. The conservatives had a view, Vermont's pretty good the way it is, and we don't want to have too much change. And then you had a crowd that were saying it was nice while it lasted, but bring on the development. We want the tax revenues, we want the capital influx, we want the jobs, bring it on. And the old Vermont exists in pictures and memories. Two poles. And then, and I'm going to give credit where it's due to the minority caucus here, your party, the Republicans, Dean Davis and Art Gibb and folks like that, came up with a compromise. And that's what Act 250 was. We are hearing now, well, Act 250 is all well and good, but we've got to compromise. Well, that means we're going to compromise between the compromise that already exists as a compromise and what was once one of the poles, which is to say, let's have more development without as much scrutiny. What Act 250 said was, bring it on. We want development. But when you do it, you got to do it right. And doing it right is defined in law. And then the question was, well, yeah, but if that means that the exercise of private property rights will be subject to the will of bureaucrats. And the answer on Act 250 was, well, no, we'll use the Agency of Natural Resources for their expertise. You'll want those permits, but that's not what will decide an Act 250 permit. That's up to the district commission. Basically, what Act 250 does is it takes the development that we want and subjects it to citizen scrutiny to see if it comports with the law. When people think of compromise, they usually think of meeting in the middle. Split the difference. I'll come halfway to you, you come halfway to me. That's a compromise. There is another kind of compromise. If you picture, rather than picturing a straight line with two poles and a point in the middle, picture the two poles and a circle around them. Sometimes it's called win-win. Win-win is often an insipid little cliche, but there actually is such a thing. I think Act 250 is win-win. The idea that Act 250 has impeded development, I would just say, just look around Vermont. There has been more development in the last 50 years than in the history of the state. Act 250 hasn't impeded development. It has directed it, and it probably has stopped some developments. And then the assumption is, well, then that's a bad thing. Well, maybe it is and maybe it isn't. Maybe what was stopped needed to be stopped. I am very troubled by Act 250 exemptions as an incentive. We want something to happen, so we're going to incent it, and the way we're going to incent it is we're going to give an Act 250 exemption. That's based on a presumption that Act 250 has impeded affordable housing. And that is the assumption that this entire discussion has been based on, and I have asked repeatedly from people who want Act 250 exemptions, can you give me actual information about how Act 250 has stopped affordable housing? And not only has no one ever convinced me, no one has ever actually tried. This is what I call coffee counter wisdom. This is one of those things that everybody thinks they know. But it's not true. That's the only problem with it. If we pass this, we're going to be disappointed. This will not give us more affordable housing because, well, actually it will, but for other reasons. The bill has some very good stuff in it. And the money we're investing, I think, will give us more housing. I think the active encouragement to focus downtown will help. But that could be done simply with the umbrella permit. You focus your development downtown. And that would make Act 250 smoother and faster and cheaper. But otherwise, the exemptions, I think, we're going to be disappointed. Covenants. Again, I had not prepared remarks on that. I did not know the issue of covenants would be raised. I'm prepared to admit I'm wrong if in fact I am, but I am pretty sure that in 50 years, there has never once, ever been an Act 250 permit condition that enforced a covenant that was racist or anti-Semitic. If I'm wrong, I'll admit it. And we'll check the facts. My sense is never once has a racist covenant been an Act 250 condition. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually hadn't thought that I would speak, but actually, my father-in-law sat in that seat and was one of the Republican leaders when Act 250 was passed. And 50 years, more than 50 years have passed. And subsequent to that, we have added certainly Act 200, which provided regional planning. And in that time, we have most towns now have zoning and much more planning in place. And I just want to bring back that this discussion and reinforce is not the end. It really is the beginning of a longer-term discussion. And so obviously I'm hearing from many constituents and entities that would really like to go with the original version of the bill that came out of economic development. But we have two committees that have discussed and tried to figure out how to proceed in the best and most thoughtful way possible. But that is not the end. And a reference was made that in fact, in the budget request, in the governor's budget request, is a one-time appropriation to the Natural Resources Board to hire a facilitator to go out and hear from the communities about what should happen with Act 250. And last year in Act 182, we directed the board to prepare a legislative report on the necessary improvements to the Act 250 program. So we have got a process underway to engage communities and to get that information back in a very thoughtful way. The chair of Natural Resources said good planning is good planning. And as part of that work, we should be looking at what has been put in place subsequently to Act 250, the elements that included that we want to have, and we can ultimately, and I believe this body passed a version of that last year that was not agreed to, that would do sort of what the federal government does to us, and that is delegate the authority from the federal government to the state. And I think that's part of what we're talking about here, is that what that delegation should be, and deference, as long as those local processes ensure the same elements of review and conditions. So I just, as a committee chair, I am speaking to say I appreciate the hard work that two committee chairs have put in to move us forward. But we haven't gotten to where we need to be, and nor should we, because we actually have a process that we put in motion last year. So I would simply encourage us to realize that what we're doing today is not the end. I sometimes have used the analogy that a lot of what we do over time, we add, and it's like Minoan architecture, and we've created a labyrinth. And I think that's one of the things we hear. It's not maybe the result may change, or that we have stopped something, but the issue is it redundant? Does it add more time? Does it add more cost? And ultimately, does it make a difference in how it protects the public interest? So I guess I would simply say, this is only maybe the first chapter of the book, but please remember what we've already started to do and respect that process. And probably we will be having further discussion next year. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Natural Resources as substituted? Are you ready for the question?
Roll call.
Roll call's been requested. Excuse me, who requested that? Senator from Addison. Question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Natural Resources as substituted? Are you ready for the question? If so, the Secretary shall commence to call the roll.
Senator Baru.
Yes.
Senator Bray.
Yes.
Senator Brock.
No.
Senator Campion.
Yes.
Senator Chittenden.
No.
Senator Clarkson.
Yes.
Senator Collmore.
No.
Senator Cummings.
Yes.
Senator Gulick.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Harrison.
Yes.
Senator Hashim.
Yes.
Senator Engel.
No.
Senator Kitchell.
Yes.
Senator Lyons.
Yes.
Senator McDonald.
No.
Senator Mazza.
Yes.
Senator McCormick.
No.
Senator Norris.
No.
Senator Pershling.
Yes.
Senator Ron Hinsdale.
Yes.
Senator Sears.
Yes.
Senator Starr.
No.
Senator Bihovsky.
Yes.
Senator Watson.
Yes.
Senator Weeks.
No.
Senator Westman.
No.
Senator White.
Yes.
Senator Williams.
No.
Senator Renner.
Yes.
Please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yea, 19. Those voting nay, 11. And you have voted to amend the bill as offered by the Committee on Natural Resources and Energy as substituted. We now have before us the vote to amend the bill as offered by the Committee on Appropriations. Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have further amended the bill as offered by the Committee on Appropriations. Question for us now is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? Senator from Chittenden Central.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to congratulate the body on a fine debate. And it's particular to this issue, I think. We tend, every time we come to Act 250, we have this sort of debate, and that is exactly the way it should be. So in America, in our system of government, we favor checks and balances. We tend to value the idea that somebody's watching somebody else, and vice versa. In this body, the overlapping jurisdiction that most often produces this is natural resources and economic development, and it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out why, right? Economic development left unchecked takes you to the place no one wants to be, rivers on fire, billboards across the landscape, bottles littering the roads. In Vermont, this chamber, through the bottle bill, through the billboard law, and through Act 250, has managed to preserve what we now market to the rest of the world very successfully. And that is Vermont as the place you want to be, the place you want to live, the place you want to visit with your family. So I just wanted to tell people quickly what I saw over the last few months with the two committees in question. So first of all, you will remember the senator from Chittenden Southeast referring often to her committee as all housing all the time. Housing, housing, housing. And that is exactly what we asked the Committee on Committees when we staffed that committee. We knew there was a housing crisis. We wanted action and we wanted it quickly. Similarly, when we staffed the Natural Resources Committee, we wanted people who understood deeply the policy that has protected Vermont over the last 50 years. And then, believe it or not, we wanted them to go head-to-head in the endgame, which they did over the last 3 weeks. So I think it's possible when you sit in the chamber and you see the bill only as it comes to the finish line, it's possible to say to yourself, well, any compromise must be in the middle. And since we have a housing crisis, it should have leaned toward addressing the housing crisis. Therefore, it didn't go far enough. But what I will say is both committees started from agreement that there was a housing crisis. So I have never seen the Natural Resources Committee give as it did on this bill. Not give without conscience or give in a way that is going to be counterproductive down the road, but give in a way that spoke to the crisis of the moment in housing. And similarly, the Economic Development Committee, when they were presented with checks to their plans, they were thoughtful and they considered and voted out this amendment 500. So I just want to say that what I think we have wound up with is a very proactive bill on housing. I think it will make a huge difference, but it won't make the kind of difference that we will regret 20 years down the road when it's too late. So with that, I want to thank the two committees, thank the chamber. We will continue this discussion tomorrow, and I will probably speak again to this issue, but I thank you, Mr. President.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for the question?
Roll call.
Roll call's been requested. Which senator requested that, sorry? Franklin? Question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Secretary shall commence to call the roll.
Senator Baru.
Yes.
Senator Bray.
Yes.
Senator Brock.
Yes.
Senator Campion.
Yes.
Senator Chittenden.
Yes.
Senator Clarkson.
Yes.
Senator Collmore.
Yes.
Senator Cummings.
Yes.
Senator Julick.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Harrison.
Yes.
Senator Hashim.
Yes.
Senator Ingalls.
Yes.
Senator Kitchell.
Yes.
Senator Lyons.
Yes.
Senator McDonald.
Yes.
Senator Mazza.
Yes.
Senator McCormick.
Yes.
Senator Norris.
Yes.
Senator Pershling.
Yes.
Senator Ron Hinsdale.
Yes.
Senator Sears.
Yes.
Senator Starr.
Yes.
Senator Bihowski.
Yes.
Senator Watson.
Yes.
Senator Weeks.
Yes.
Senator Westman.
Yes.
Senator White.
Yes.
Senator Williams.
Yes.
Senator Renner.
Yes.
Please list the results of your vote. Those voting yea, 30. Those voting nay, 0. And you've ordered third reading of S100. We are now going to shift through the order slightly, and we'll be taking up S56. F56 was read the first time, referred to the Committee on Health and Welfare, which recommends that when amended, the bill ought to pass. The bill is then referred to the Committee on Finance that also reports that when the bill is amended, it ought to pass, and further went to the Committee on Appropriations that recommends that when the bill is amended, the bill ought to pass. Please listen to the second reading of the bill.
S56, an act relating to childcare and early childhood education.
Now, you've heard the second reading of the bill. For the report from the Committee on Health and Welfare, the Senator from Addison, Senator Hardy.
Thank you, Mr. President. We were joined by some young people who were here for the child care bill, and I think they got a little anxious with our discussion about housing. I do hope they come back, but it was really nice to have their energy in the chamber before our taking up this bill and my report on the bill about child care. I'm going to start by telling my own little story about childcare, which their presence in the chamber reminded me of greatly. 21 years ago, when I moved to Vermont, the first thing I did before even unpacking all of our boxes was look for childcare. I guess I should back up a little bit to say the first thing I did actually was look for a place to live as relevant to our last discussion. So first I found a house, and then before unpacking the boxes in that house, which was in an historic village center, by the way, I looked for childcare. I knew that finding childcare for my toddler had to come before I could find a job, Mr. President. I got on wait lists, visited programs, and I asked for advice from moms with older kids. I said, how do you find childcare in Vermont? And once I did find childcare at a lovely childcare center in downtown Middlebury, I constantly did the math to figure out if the low salary I got with the job that I finally was able to secure would come even close to covering the high cost of 1, then 2, then 3 kids in childcare. And Mr. President, it didn't. And 2 decades later, this scenario has not changed, and the pandemic made it even worse. Childcare spots are difficult to find in nearly every community in our state. By one estimate, the state falls short by over 8,000 childcare slots. Even if they can find a place for their child, most families struggle to pay the high cost of childcare. The now famous RAND report estimates that the total cost of care for full-time childcare for one child ranges from $17,500 to nearly $40,000 per year, depending on the age of the child and the size of the program. So, Mr. President, after I found childcare and got settled in that new job, I was asked to join the childcare board, whose main job was to raise enough money to keep the program afloat. Since parents couldn't afford to pay the full cost of childcare, we tried to raise as much money as possible to cover the cost of scholarships for people who didn't quite qualify for the state's Child Care Financial Assistance Program. We also tried to raise money to provide bonuses for teachers, because these hardworking, mostly women, who cared for our children while we worked, barely made more than minimum wage. I'm certain they were doing the math to figure out if their even lower Vermont salary were even covering their basic needs. Again, after 2 decades later, this scenario has not changed. Child care workers on average make just over $30,000 per year, and most don't receive health insurance or other benefits. These low wages are a driving force behind the high workforce vacancy rate among childcare providers. Nearly every child care program is struggling to find teachers and other staff, forcing programs to limit hours and/or cut enrollment in order to meet required staffing ratios and maintain quality safety and program quality and safety. These reductions in coverage exacerbate the shortage of child care slots for families, drive up the cost of care for programs, and discourage parents from joining or staying in the workforce, which means employers can't find employees to fill jobs and job sectors across Vermont. It's a vicious cycle, Mr. President, and the math never adds up for families, for child care providers, for early childhood educators, or for employers. But S56, the bill before us today, tries to change that. This bill builds on the work and experiences of the past several years, most significantly lessons learned during the depths of the pandemic, and the work required under Act 45 of 2021. That legislation commissioned both the systems analysis and a financing study of the Vermont child care and early childhood education system. In addition, S56 has been greatly influenced by the research, advocacy, experiences, and voices of families, state and program administrators, early childhood educators, and advocates around the state, including the children who matter the most. So let's go through the provisions of the bill. The Health and Welfare Report can be found on page 1120 of today's calendar, but I'll mostly refer to the Appropriations Strike-All Amendment, which can be found on page 1188 of the calendar, as that amendment adds major provisions to the bill and makes several provisions of the Health and Welfare Report moot. So, if you have any energy left, you can start to follow along with me, or just listen to me. So, Mr. President, I'm going to read the intent of the bill because I think that's really important and speaks to the story that I told. The intent of the bill is to increase access to and the quality of childcare services throughout the state, to provide financial stability to childcare programs, to stabilize Vermont's talented childcare workforce, to address the workforce needs of the state's employers, and to provide policy recommendations for expanding access and capacity in Vermont's pre-kindergarten system. So speaking of that, I know, that makes me cry too. The first part of the bill, section 2, after the legislative intent, is a study on expanding pre-kindergarten education. And this came about because the original version of S56 had an expansion of pre-kindergarten in our public schools for 4-year-olds. And that was removed from the bill and replaced by a study. And this study is a very comprehensive study that involves child care providers, public school educators, the Agency of Education, the Agency of Human Services, and lots of different stakeholders in a study about what to do about expanding pre-kindergarten education. I won't go through every single provision. There are many that are asked for in this study, which is due back to us on December 1st of 2023. So if there are any good ideas in that, we can take advantage of them next session. Section 3 of the bill is about child care subsidies. And this is one of the most important sections of the bill. I mentioned in my story the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. That is the state's main program that helps families with modest and lower incomes to afford child care. It is a federal and state program, so there's some general fund revenue and some federal funding in it. And it is the Child Care Financial Assistance Program, reading from the statutes, is established to subsidize, to the extent that funds permit, the cost of child care for families that need child care services in order to obtain employment, to retain employment, or to obtain training leading to employment. That is required by state and federal law. So S56 increases the eligibility threshold for families to access the Child Care Financial Assistance Program. And it raises the threshold for no co-payments, meaning that the state will cover the full cost of childcare from a family with that makes 50% of poverty to 185%. And this is based on the federal poverty levels. So that would be for a family of 4, raising it from $45,000 a year to $55,000 a year. So if you make $55,000 a year and you're a family of 4, you would have your full cost of your child care paid for under the provisions of the bill. The other thing it does is, the Child Care Financial Assistance Program is a subsidy program or provides aid to families based on the age of the child, the type of program they attend, whether it's the sort of quality level of the program, and the percentage of income of the federal poverty level that a family makes. And right now, that scale goes up to 350% of the federal poverty level, which for a family of 4 is about $105,000 per year for a family of 4. The bill raises it up to 600%, which is about $180,000 for a family of 4. And the reason that the bill does that is that we looked at what could be done to smooth the curve so there wouldn't be a huge drop off, a cliff that a family would not literally fall off of, but they would suddenly not qualify for benefits and they would have to pay a lot of money for childcare. So we were trying to smooth that curve and to get rid of the cliff. And the RAND report really looked into how we could do this. And then the Joint Fiscal Office built on the RAND study and was able to get to help us figure out where it was that we needed to go. So 600% of the current federal poverty level is where we need to go to smooth the curve and to prevent a cliff. And the subsidies for families are based on their family size and their poverty level. So that's the lower the income, the larger the subsidy. So it scales up. The more a family makes, the more they would have to pay. Almost no family with little kids that need childcare makes over $180,000 for a family of 4. That is sort of, there may be a few wealthy families up there, but there are very few in the state of Vermont. So it really prevents the cliff and helps to subsidize it in an equitable way. So those are the major changes in the levels for subsidies. The other provision in this section is that the department shall ensure that the applications for Child Care Financial Assistance Program use simple, plain language format and are available by both electronic and paper formats. Right now, the application for CCFAP, as it's known, is really complicated. It's a barrier to families, and it's not available online. So we talked with the department. They said they could get this up online and do it in a more simple way. They still have to follow federal law, which is complicated, but they could do that by January 1st of 2024. So this provision, that specific provision would go into effect by then. So also on January 1st of 2024, if you look at the next section, section 4, we would provide a one-time adjustment to the child care provider reimbursement rates. This is how much does the provider get? So I just talked about how much the family is subsidized. This is how much a provider is reimbursed from the CCFAP program by the state. And on January 1st of 2024, there would be an adjustment that would be 38.5% higher than the fiscal year 2023, that's this current year, 5-star reimbursement rate. The 5-star reimbursement rate is the highest rate. There's a star system that is used currently to rate childcare programs based on their quality. The 5-star is the highest rating 5-star program, just like, you're talking about hotels or whatever. And the 38.5% was derived from the market rate study. What is the 100% of the market rate to be paid? And we jump up to that to make an adjustment to say, okay, we need to make this one-time adjustment to get us up to a better rate, a better level, and then after that, we'll increase it annually. And right now, we pay about 80% of market rate, and this would jump us up to 100% of market rate. So childcare providers themselves, the programs that actually care for the kids, would get more funding to be able to put it into their program and to hopefully pay their teachers more. So section 5 is an appropriation. I'm going to defer after I speak to the chair of appropriations and the chair of finance, who will go over the more money sections of the bill. So I will skip section 5. Section 6, again, there's appropriations, so I'll let the chair of appropriations talk about that. This is a new section, and it includes funding for flexible use that would be given in fiscal year 24 to make readiness payments and grants to be used for workforce recruitment and retention or bonuses, for both child care facility improvements and other uses approved by the commissioner. So this is meant to be flexible funding that can be provided to childcare programs so they can pay their people more, so they can make facility improvements, so they can improve their program. Section 7 is just clarifying. This Child Care Financial Assistance Program has sort of two parts. There are children under age 5 who are not yet eligible for kindergarten, so the little kids, and then there are school age kids. And the CCFAP program pays for some after school and summer programs for school age kids. So Section 7 is just making a clarification that the changes in the payment structure that are in this bill are just for the little kids, the pre-kindergarten age kids. And that, but the one change that is made for the school age kids is that payments will be now based on enrollment. This also happens for the little kids, for the kids in the childcare programs, because under current law, payments are based on attendance, meaning childcare programs only get paid if kids are there. There is a small allowance for kids being sick or families going on vacation. But if they use up that allowance of days, childcare programs don't get paid. But they still have to have teachers there. They still have to pay for the building. They still have to do all the things. But if a kid is sick for longer than the time allotted, and we all know that kids get sick longer than the time we want them to be sick, then the program doesn't get paid. So the bill would change to be both the school age program and the preschool age program. They would get paid based on enrollment. If a kid is enrolled, then the program gets paid even if the kid is out for sickness or for family vacation. And that's really important. We did implement that during the pandemic, and it was crucial for childcare programs to make it through the pandemic. So the next section, Section 8, is about the little kids, the kids that haven't yet made it to school age. And this just talks about how the payments will be increased and how the commissioner is to establish a payment schedule that is for the age of the children served for the purpose of reimbursing providers for the full or part-time child care services to children from birth through age for 4 years of age, including children 5 years of age who are not yet enrolled in kindergarten. That's the kind of awkward way that we said little kids in the bill that I'm just using colloquially. And that will increase, and that every year it will be increased by the average wage growth of educational services in the Northeast. So the sort of like educational wage inflation rate would be applied to increasing the payment schedule. Okay, so the next section, Section 9, is a child care quality and capacity incentive program. And this is a new section that the Appropriations Committee, so the chair will explain more, but this is really trying to get at a change in way that we're thinking about the STARS program. The STARS program has been a really helpful program for increasing the quality of childcare programs in the state, and has been really important for programs to have aspirations to get better, and 5- and 4-star programs get paid more. The problem that we're seeing in it is that some of the lower star ranking programs, if they don't get as high of a reimbursement, they don't have the funds they need to get better. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling cycle of they can't improve because they don't have the money to do it. So this would sort of replace that and create a child care quality and capacity incentive program for child care providers participating in CCFAP. And then it sets up a way of, if they maintain their 5 stars, if they increase their star level, if they maintain existing infant and toddler capacity, which is where the real pressure is. Infant and toddler slots are what we have very, very few of in the state. If they increase that capacity, establish capacity in regions that are underserved, or if there are any other quality or capacity criteria that the commissioner thinks should be in there. This program would help give them bonus payments, incentive payments to improve their quality. Quality is one of the most important things. Nationally, we do a really great job of providing funding for childcare, but our quality ratings compared to other states are not as high as they should be. So we really want to continue to incentivize quality programs. The next section, section 10, is about childcare wait lists and application fees. We heard from a lot of parents who are trying to get their kids in programs. They do what I did, which is get on a bunch of wait lists, but childcare programs are actually charging money to get on the wait lists. And charging money to apply to their programs, kind of like colleges do, unfortunately. And but parents are just paying hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars to get on wait lists and apply for childcare slots, and then they don't even get into the program. So this is saying that anybody who qualifies for CCFAP cannot be charged a wait list or an application fee, and that's almost all parents if we move up to the 600%, can't be charged that fee, or they would be reimbursed that fee if they are charged that fee. It's really just an equity and that we're providing programs with more funding, so they shouldn't have to charge that fee. Okay, the next section 11 is provider compensation and total cost of care recommendations. Total cost of care is a concept that has been talked about a lot in the early childhood community. It is what we are aspiring toward. The RAND report analysis was all based on the total cost of care. And what it means is kind of what it sounds like, that we would be reimbursing childcare programs for the total cost of caring for the little kids. And one of the biggest things, as you might imagine, for the cost of care is the cost of salaries and benefits for childcare providers. So the idea is that as we are able to, or as childcare programs are able to increase the salaries and benefits of childcare workers, the total cost of care will rise. And so that will make childcare programs more expensive because they're going to be paying more. And at the same time, the state subsidies or the state aid through the CCFAP program would be paying providers more. They would be paying it based on the total cost of care. And so we want to hear back from the Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families in consultation with the Department of Labor, Agency of Education, Building Bright Futures, and the Association of the Education of Young Children, a report on the total cost of care and the salary schedule that we should implement in order to pay tiered professional pay scale for early childhood educators. Other states have done this. We've mentioned that in here. New Mexico, District of Columbia are two models in the country. And we want to hear back from them how to implement this pay scale by November 1st of 2023. And then building on that, the next year we would get a report back from them about how to implement the tiered professional pay scale and how to incorporate that into the total cost of care model. So those are reports back on those two really key important concepts in making childcare more affordable for families and equally as important, more viable for the child care programs and the people they employ to care for our children. Section 12 is about a non-citizen child care financial assistance program. As many of you recall, we have over the last few years really tried to incorporate and provide equitable assistance to all residents of Vermont, regardless of their immigration status. And we did this through our payments to individuals during the pandemic. We had a special program for people who didn't have documented immigration status to provide them with the same individual payments that citizens received. And we also 2 years ago expanded our Dr. Dinosaur program, which is the program, health insurance program for children, so that there's a parallel program for people who don't have documented immigration status. This would continue in that same vein. These are people who live and work and contribute to our communities, and they don't qualify for childcare assistance because they don't have, they might be refugees or immigrants or undocumented, and we need them in our communities, and we need them in our workforce, and we need them to be able to have childcare. So this would create a program and ask for a report back on how much it would cost. All information about the child would be kept confidential, and it would be really an important program for communities in the state, including mine, that have a lot of people who need to access childcare and aren't able to. So Section 13 is the report back on how much that would cost. Section 14 is a report on special accommodation grants. Special accommodation grants are these little grants that the Department of Children and Family gives out for childcare related for children with special needs, children who might have developmental needs or special education needs, and they provide funding for accommodating the needs of that child. These grants are incredibly complicated and ridiculously hard to manage for childcare programs. I've heard from many of them are like, please, Senator Hardy, make these better. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to figure out how to make them better, so we're asking for some advice about how to do that, and the department understands that they need to make them simpler for programs to do. These are very vulnerable kids, and we need to be able to provide them with childcare. The next section, Section 15, gives some funding and asks the Building Bright Futures, which is the sort of policy oversight agency that collects a lot of data and does a lot of really incredible work looking at analyzing services and childcare and the sort of status of young kids under age 8 in our state. And this would give them some funding to be able to assist the Department of Children and Families in the sort of implementation of all the things in this act. We asked for a report on the child care governance system, and this one is important because this is the major difference between the health and welfare bill and the appropriations substitute amendment, is that there was a huge reorganization of the Department of Children and Families and creation of the Department of Economic Empowerment within the Agency of Human Services. We also created a Deputy Secretary of Early Childhood Education in the Agency of Education. That was removed in the appropriations version of the bill and replaced with a report back from the Agency of Human Services about, hey, how can we reorg and make it successful? So that is what that section is. The Section 17, I'm going to leave to the Chair of Finance to describe. That's part of the funding of this, and that's a tax provision. And then also the child care parental leave contribution. That's another section that I will leave to the Chair of Finance. And then there is the next Section 19, I will leave to the Chair of Appropriations. So Section 20 is the parental leave benefit program. This was in the health and welfare version of the bill. It's been fleshed out a little bit more in the appropriations version of the bill. And this would create a parental leave benefit program. And an eligible parent may apply to the Department of Children and Families to receive a parental leave benefit for a period during which the eligible parent is unable to work because the parent is caring for one or more children who were born or adopted within the preceding 12 months. So this is paid parental leave. And this is very exciting. And the reason why it's in the child care bill is because parents are caring for their children. And we want them to be caring for their children, especially newly born children or newly adopted children. And that really helps our childcare system, because then we have fewer parents who are needing care in a childcare setting for really young infants. Infants, as I mentioned earlier, are the most expensive and the most to care for, and the fewest slots in our childcare system. So this will free up some capacity in our childcare system, and will be better for the kids and the parents themselves, because being able to stay home with your parent when you're super young is really important. This would provide a benefit for up to 12 weeks during the birth or adoption, used by either parent or shared by the two parents if there are two parents. It could be for a single continuous leave, intermittent leave, or for a portion of a week if a parent goes back part-time, which is what I did for a while after a baby was born. And the benefit provided to an eligible parent would be $600 per week, or the eligible parent's average wage or self-employment income during the 6-month period preceding the commencement of the leave, so the year before, or whichever is less. So $600 is the maximum that somebody would get for this per week. It would be eligible for self-employed people and people employed through an employer. There's an application to the Department of Children and Families laid out with all the requirements for it. That goes on for a couple days, or not days, pages, hopefully not days. Section 21, that's an appropriation, so I'll leave that to the Chair of Appropriations to talk about. The effective dates in the bill, there are multiple different effective dates. Generally, it goes into effect on July 1st, 2023, but there are some things that go into effect on January 1st of 24 and then July of 24. So those are the three staggered: July, January, July. Mr. President, during the off session, the chair of the Health and Welfare Committee, the senator from Chittenden Southeast, and I worked extensively with our counterparts in the other body to craft a comprehensive child care and early childhood education bill. While this version of S56 does not include all of the elements that I had hoped it would, the bill before you represents a monumental step forward in expanding access, affordability, and equity in the provision of childcare in Vermont. The Health and Welfare Committee heard from an extensive list of witnesses, which I do think I have here somewhere, but maybe not. It's really long, and it includes the Department of Children and Families, many people from there, the Agency of Education, many child care advocates, the RAND team, and all of the consultants who worked with RAND, the people who did the systems analysis, the child care systems analysis, parents. We had a few kids in committee. We talked to childcare providers, of course, and teachers, and of course, JFO and multiple attorneys. We had like half of the Legislative Council attorneys working on this bill. So we heard from a lot of people, and if anybody wants the list on third reading, I'm sure I could find it somewhere. And the vote in the Health and Welfare Committee was 3-0. And we ask the body for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Bill is then referred to the Committee on Finance, and the report for the Committee on Finance, Senator from Washington, Senator Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have the list. It's 1.25 pages long, and I would be happy to read it if you'd like to hear it. And I'm going to abbreviate ours. This is a magnificent new program. I think we all think it's highly needed. But it also comes with a price tag, and that was the challenge for your Committee on Finance, was to raise the money necessary to support this program. The estimate from Joint Fiscal is that we needed to raise somewhere around $39 million this year and $114.5 million next year. And part of this is complicated because we will be initiating a new tax and the tax department takes a certain amount of time to upgrade its equipment and get personnel on board. There is an extensive appropriation in here, but we kick that can down across the hall to appropriations. You said it on finance did a couple of cleanups before we went to the money part. The bill as it came to us had left out a work criteria that you had to be working or in training, or you needed the job to become, you needed childcare so you could work, not so you could go home and watch the soaps or whatever people watch these days. That was fine until the agency came to us and said, that's a requirement of the federal law, and if we're going to ask people if they're working anyway, because if you aren't, the state will have to cover the full cost, and we could lose our CCFAP block grant that we get from the federal government. So we put this in compliance with the federal law. We struck the property tax exemption for child care centers. Over the years, as we frequently do, have patched here and there and tried to help child care centers. We are now significantly raising what they will get, and the thought is that they will then be able to pay their property taxes to the towns who are going to be supplying them with fire, police, ambulance, or whatever they may need, and also to pay their staff. Let's see. Those were I think the only things we did that were not financial. We set up several special funds in which monies can be deposited. The first money that was used was the $49 million that was in the governor's budget. We then, in this bill, repealed the child tax credit. Last year, as you may remember, we did a child tax credit for children from 0 to 5, $1,000 a child, and it ramped up and ramped down. I think it went to $120,000 in income before it dropped off. It's one of those negotiated, the Senate wanted to put a sunset. There was a variety of tax credits and exemptions that came over last year. We were concerned and still are somewhat concerned about a downturn in the economy and our ability to, we might need some of those tax credits. We lost, but this year, the discussion really was that children 0 to 5 were chosen because of the cost of childcare. I mean, tweens and teens cost a lot of money. They outgrow their clothes every 3 months, and you have to keep resupplying them, and they eat a lot. But we specifically took the younger kids because of the cost of childcare. So in this bill, we repealed that tax credit, which has only been in effect for a year, and we take I believe it is $31.8 million, that goes into the child care fund. That still left us with, I believe, about $83 million to raise. And we did this, we took a lot, we also took a lot of testimony in economic development from employers, and we took a significant amount from employers in health and welfare. And one of the things we've learned from COVID is that when the child care centers shut down, everything stopped. And when we started to try and open up the economy again and get the businesses going, the child cares weren't moving at the same pace, and you couldn't get employees because they had to stay home with their kids. And it became very obvious that childcare is an economic necessity for businesses. They really can't function without it. And we've had testimony about, loss in productivity if you've got one person out, and that means other employees have to pick up the burden. And so we looked at a payroll tax.
And the bill as it came to us, the first proposal was it was just an employer, a tax on the employer. But there was a lot of discussion and back and forth in the committee, and there was some feeling that that really should be a shared burden. The employer is definitely going to benefit because the employer is going to have a more reliable workforce available. But some employees will benefit, some will not. So we divided the tax, and the estimate for the tax is 0.42%, so less than 0.5%. And we divided that 75% to the employer and 25% to the employee. And that will raise us the money that we need to continue this program. The vote in committee, I believe, was 7-0-0, and we asked this body to concur.
The bill is then referred to the Committee on Appropriations. Now for the report from the Committee on Appropriations.
I believe the vote was 6-1-0. I'm reading the body language of my committee members correctly.
We stand corrected. The bill is then referred to the Committee on Appropriations, which considered the same. And for the report from the Committee on Appropriations, the Senator from Caledonia, Senator Kitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's no question that this is a very large bill, and I think it's reflective of the commitment that we have made for childcare to be a priority for this session. When we've gone out and had community forums, what do we hear? We hear housing, we hear workforce, we hear broadband, and we hear childcare and climate. And let me say, childcare is not a new program. This program, childcare assistance, has been in place for many years. But like so many core programs, over time, the level of funding has not kept pace with the cost of providing the care. We've cobbled together during COVID money to go out to retain staff, to encourage staff. But the fact of the matter is there is a huge instability of the workforce. And because people can earn more in other areas, or they go to work for the public school system. So it has been very difficult for centers to provide the care. We've also seen a reduction in capacity. So employers are saying, we need more childcare, and this supports our workforce. So reference has been made to the RAND report, which really looked at that. How many new people would it bring into the workplace? And not only that, and the estimate on that was like 600 to 2,800 more workers, but also from an employer perspective, having a stable workforce is important because hiring and training is also very costly. It may be more hidden, but it's still very much a cost. So I would like to say, I think that the priorities, as we've gotten them from the public, have really focused on that economic development or that workforce and the state's economy, and childcare is a big part of it. Now, to address the shortcomings of our childcare system is not cheap. We might as well be honest about that. If we're going to pay a living wage and we're going to recognize the work that is done by our early child care system, we have to address compensation. And, and that is what we're doing to a very large extent by increasing the reimbursement. And don't forget, childcare, when you're looking at it relative to K through 12, childcare is 12 months, with some breaks. So there's more cost associated. Also, the younger children and infants are more expensive because of the staffing ratios. So we are increasing the level of reimbursement and then also the level of subsidy, because the other part we're hearing is the economic hardship or the extent to which parents are saying, does it make sense for me to go to work because of the overall cost that I'm paying for the privilege of working? And that calculus goes on in many, many families today. So what we're talking about is starting the improvements in this program in January of 24, and starting because of the need for the tax department to set up the mechanism to collect what is essentially a new tax. But in FY24, to make the increase in the rates, and we are not bringing up the rates to the level that was suggested in the RAND report, which is about $28,000 a year per child. But we are bringing it up substantially from $17,300 to $24,000. Inherent in that is then providers have got the ability to pay their property taxes to increase the reimbursement to their employees. But also it generated the question, and some people said, gee, at that level of cost per care, particularly for newborns, wouldn't it be just about the same to allow the parent the financial choice to provide care for that 12-week guaranteed period of time that's already in the state law? And that was the nexus, and that is why, as was referenced by the report of the bill from Health and Welfare, there was another provision to allow parents of newborns or adopted children to have that financial ability to provide the care, rather than the Child Care Assistance Program making the payment to a child care professional to provide the care. And that's the nexus. It's all within the context of child care assistance and how we address capacity, because for the first 6 weeks of an infant, no center, as I understand it, takes infants that young. So we already have that period of time, that of gap, and what is that financial support? Obviously, families with more income can accommodate it. So the parental leave, and I'm not following section by section because I'm not following the script at this hour of the day, is very simple. And then for me, I modeled it on what we did for the essential worker. Only in this case, it wasn't, are you a designated essential worker? This was under COVID when everything was shut down. It was, are you a parent? Are you under a certain income? And you have a flat benefit, $600 a week. Now, if you're at 200% of poverty, the weekly income is $561. So the language says the replacement would be no more than what your wage was. But if you're a family at that level of income, your ability in what you have for a financial cushion is very different than, say, a family at 500% of federal poverty. So the benefit helps the families that have the least income to provide the care and not experience the financial hardship, because the amount of wage replacement is much more more enriched at that end as opposed to the higher income families. So it's designed to be very, very simple. Either parent can take it, it can switch. 6 weeks for one parent, 6 weeks for another. That was one of the things we clarified. So that is the nexus to that component of benefit. It would be parallel and complementary to the CFAP program. So it's with the experience that we had with essential worker payments that was really kind of provided the framework for how we were thinking about this parental leave benefit. But it was also triggered by comments that people made. Well, wouldn't it be just as cost effective to allow the parent to provide the care? And that's the policy decision that we made. Yes, it probably would be in many cases. And so why not allow that financial benefit to flow to that parent under those circumstances? So the eligibility and the rate expansion is really the big part of it. It costs $45 million from January through June 30th of this coming fiscal year. We also know that if we want to grow capacity, and that's one of the biggest problems, is we need more providers, but we need to create a financial environment where you can make the operation of a child care program financially feasible and sustainable. And so we are doing a one-time appropriation of $25 million to help stimulate the creation of new, and this can be carried forward, so it doesn't all happen in advance of the January, so that we could actually help develop more placements and more programs or expansion of existing programs before the higher rates and the expanded eligibility kicks in January. The other part is the parental leave benefit would be $14 million for a full year. So for the part of half a year would be 5.6. And then we have obviously administration, because more families and more children are going to be coming in. And then we are going to be having this parental leave benefit as well. So as the chair of finance said, we were looking at how do we try to look at everything that we have to make this as affordable as we can. And that is where we came to that in the governor's proposed budget, there was money for a significant investment in childcare, and so said directed, and then the childcare tax credit. So that helped offset. Now the original price tag in the RAND report was around $278 million. This is not at that level. So if any of you have read the RAND report, you're going to say, well, how does this square? And it moves us very significantly toward what was established as a reimbursement rate that would get our program really optimum. We can't get to that point, but I think what we have put together here does require additional resources. There's no question about that. And everybody would say, well, gee, there must be a lot of money in the budget. But anybody who's worked in that budget arena knows that, do you want to take it away from healthcare coverage? The largest area of spending is K through 12. And we certainly can't take money out of the ed fund. But there is also the reference here to what 4-year-olds and the role that that pre-kindergarten connection might work, and that needs more time because that's just been an area that has been a difference of opinion about how that might work or what the impacts might be. The other part that shrunk the bill is not to move immediately for a reorganization of the Department of Children and Families. After the bill came and, you know, what it looked like in final in terms of the number of families, the caseload increase, et cetera, the department's got a new commissioner and a new director in the child care division, and they've got grants right now that they haven't got out, and they are, you know, they are really on their knees. And to overlay a reorganization, try to figure out how you get your policy folk capacity, your business office, et cetera, was just more than could be managed simultaneously. So we are saying we absolutely need to look at it. I think that there's agreement that perhaps when that department got reconfigured a few years ago, it was made too large. And its scope of responsibility is becoming very apparent that it might be in need of some reexamination and maybe some separation. And so the more you're here, the more things come around. From my perspective, I think we need to look at the overall scope, complexity, and size of the agency, but that also may tie in at a later point. So your Appropriations Committee did make the following appropriations for 24, and that was putting in $45.3 million for the rate expansion. We have the readiness grants, we have the parental leave benefit, we're providing the funding for the startup, And then we obviously have to address the cost of the new positions and setting up this new tax within the Department of Taxes. So although the bill was a strike all, just for the, it's so hard to follow without doing a strike all. I think the reporter from Health and Welfare covered the other sections, and the vote in your Appropriations Committee was 7-0. Thank you.
Now, you've heard the reports of the various committees. The first vote will be, shall the report of the Committee on Health and Welfare be amended as offered by the Committee on Finance? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have amended the report of the Committee on Health and Welfare as offered by the Committee on Finance. The next question is, shall the report of the Committee on Health and Welfare as amended be further amended as offered by the Committee on Appropriations? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have further amended the report of the Committee on Health and Welfare. The next question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the Committee on Health and Welfare as amended? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay.
No.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have amended the bill as offered by the Committee on Health and Welfare as amended. Now the question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? Senator from Chittenden Central.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are at the end of a long day. I don't want to prolong it too much, but I do want to speak on this occasion because I regard it as a historic occasion. This has been described as a big bill, by some others an expensive bill. I view it as a historic. And I think it addresses a mild insanity in our state, and I will tell you why. So during the pandemic, when we were in lockdown, I was the chair of Senate Education, and parents began coming to me saying that they were being asked to pay their astronomically high costs of childcare, even though childcare was not being provided. They were just being asked to pay to reserve their spot so that the program could continue. Now, the administration did that because, like everything else, they were caught unawares, and if they didn't do something at that magnitude, the programs would collapse. And then when we were out of lockdown, they'd be gone. So everybody did what they had to do, but it was a certain craziness. And I think, see what I'm talking about? And I think what it points to is that it was better for parents thinking about their children to pay that money for a service they were not going to get than look for childcare elsewhere. So that just speaks to the absolute childcare deserts that we allowed to be created over the last decades. So I want to thank the senior women of the Senate. And I want to thank Senator Lyons, Senator from Chittenden Southeast, Senator Hardy, Senator from Addison, Senators of the money committees, Senator Cummings, Senator Kitchell, and Senator Keisha Ram Hinsdale for economic development. Between the five of them, they took, over the off season, they took a large idea, made it manageable, made it affordable, I believe, found a way to pay for it, and not incidentally created a parental leave benefit that I think will be of astounding value to parents as we go forward, and it will be cheaper than paying providers to care for those children. So that's what we get when we do policy at our best. We make things better for people, average Vermonters, in this case, parents, but we also do it in such a way to make it affordable within our budget. So with that, Mr. President, I'm absolutely delighted to have this bill go forward, and I would ask that there be a roll call vote.
Roll call has been requested by the Senator from Chittenden Central. The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Senator from Chittenden Southeast.
Mr. President, I've learned that the senator from Chittenden Central jumps up very quickly, and I ordinarily would not stand up after the pro tem has spoken, but I do also want to thank folks who have worked so diligently on this bill, and I'd like to emphasize that the mixed delivery system for childcare that we have in this state is one of the most highly regarded nationally. So the improvements that we are making is we're improving a system that is already well regarded. I did want to share with you, and I did want to thank also the Senate Education Committee for its hard work as we looked at the pre-K sections of the bill, and not forget that portion of the bill that we will probably be seeing going forward. And in addition, as our committee worked on this, it was not easy. There were many decision points that we had to make. It was like shuttle diplomacy, to be honest with you, going between the committees of Finance, Appropriations, Education, and Senate Health and Welfare. Together, we've modeled and molded, I think, what is a critically important bill for our state. And I echo all the comments that have been made by others regarding the work that we've done, and want to thank my committee especially for its work and its perseverance as we've brought the bill to you all. So thank you, Mr. President, and please vote positively for the bill. Thank you.
Senator from Franklin.
This is a great bill. It does wonderful things. It does things that are important to Vermont and to Vermonters. But at the same time, I look at our fiscal situation going forward. Up until the windfall that we got from the federal government as a result of COVID, we struggled each year to be able to balance our budget at the end of the budget year, and that was when our budget was in the $6 billion range. Now over $8 billion and counting. And when we look at this particular program, I'm very concerned that months went by of discussions and so on between various people who are proponents of this bill. And then it got to the Senate Finance Committee, whose job it is to figure out how to pay for it. And we had 2 afternoons to do it. And as a result of having 2 afternoons and no more time to do it, we settled on a payroll tax. And the only reason that I could see that we settled on a payroll tax is the only thing that we could do in 2 afternoons. Wasn't entirely thought through. I then look at the overall picture of where we are right now. We have lots of demands, not just paid family leave, but childcare, parental leave, and it goes on and on and on. And each one of these have multi-million-dollar budgets associated with them. And the federal party is over. We're not going to get those large amounts of federal funds that we've been used to living on for the last 2.5 years or so. The party is over. And we've been warning over and over and over again to beware of increasing continuing expenses that we're going to have to bear when those federal funds go away, as to how we're going to do it, and where the money is coming from, and whether the sum total of that money is going to exceed our ability to pay for it. Not just here, but in all the other things that we're doing. We put all that together. We need a much more thoughtful way of approaching how we're going to pay for things and also sequencing what we're going to pay for. I'm very concerned that there are clouds on our fiscal horizon. We're dealing with record inflation right now that's affecting every Vermonter's pocketbook. And it's not getting better. And wages are not rising to meet those inflationary levels. So there's increased pressure on Vermonters to be able to make ends meet. We constantly are hearing about making things more affordable. Well, theoretically, this makes things more affordable because it makes the ability to have childcare more affordable. But beware of solving poverty by increasing taxes on the poor. It's a circular argument. An example is addition, we have people right now who are getting that $1,000 tax credit. And that's a tremendous benefit, but that's going away. We killed it here. Because we put it in the child care bill, so that I can get that $1,000. We also looked at our poorest families, and those who are working are now going to pay a payroll tax they didn't pay for before. And then they're going to have that used for child care that in our poorest cases, they already get for free. This isn't thought out from a fiscal perspective, the way it ought to be. We know that there was money in the government budget moved towards child care, 49 million if I remember correctly. We know also there was the child care money, the tax credit money. All this had some nexus to this. But then when I consider this with all the rest of the things we're doing and the speed with which we decided how to fund it and the discomfort I have as to whether or not we really know what this is going to cost. Again, as I look at the numbers, I'm very worried about what we're doing. And also about the possibility of, we see the disruption in the banking industry, we see high inflation, we see the potential of recession on the horizon. I'm not sure that this is the wisest thing to do in this way at this time that has not been thought out better than it has been. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is, shall the bill be read a third time? Are you ready for that question? If so, Secretary Cheryl Prince call the roll.
Senator Bruce.
Yes.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Brock.
No.
Senator Campion.
Yes.
Senator Chittenden.
Yes.
Senator Clarkson.
Yes.
Senator Collomoy.
No.
Senator Cummings.
Yes.
Senator Jewett.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Harrison.
Yes.
Senator Hashim.
Yes.
Senator Ingalls.
No.
Senator Kitchell.
Yes.
Senator Lyons.
Yes.
Senator
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes.
Senator Mazza.
Yes.
Senator McCormack.
Yes.
Senator Dorr.
No.
Senator Kirschner.
Yes.
Senator Ron Hinsdale.
Yes.
Senator Sears.
Yes.
Senator Starr.
Yes.
Senator Bieholsky.
Yes.
Senator Watson.
Yes.
Senator Weeks.
No.
Senator Westman.
Yes.
Senator White.
Yes.
Senator Williams.
No.
Senator Renner.
Yes.
Please listen to the results of your vote. Those voting yea, 24. Those voting nay, 6. And you have ordered third reading of S. 56.
Mr. President.
Senator from Chittenden Central.
At this time, and if senators will bear with me, I was hoping to move from where we are on the calendar to the third readings on the last page. I believe we can do those relatively quickly and then adjourn at that point. So that would be S32.
On request of the President Pro Tem, we will now move to S32. Third reading was ordered. S32 can be found on page 1223 of today's calendar. Are there any amendments before third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S32, an act relating to ranked choice voting for presidential primary elections.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Senator from Chittenden Central.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to address a question that arose yesterday. Under our current system of voting, a voter has no way of knowing the win number or win percentage in a multi-seat race ahead of the election, and this does not change under ranked choice voting. In a multi-winner race, the lowest vote earning candidate will simply be eliminated until the number of seats available to be elected remain and the top vote getters win. If your candidate is eliminated, your vote goes to your next choice. The ballot, however, for the voter remains exactly the same, just as it does in our current elections. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate by saying nay.
Nay.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed S32. We now have up for consideration S42. S42 was, third reading was ordered. It is also found on page 1223 of today's calendar. Are there any amendments before third reading? My understanding is there is, by the senator, at least, okay, Senator from Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our committee appreciated the suggestion and clarification from our professor of literature, our senator from Chittenden Central. We appreciate it enough to actually amend the bill. So before you, you will see an amendment which replaces the word exemption, exempt from, and instead inserts therefore and thereof, sorry, be careful with this, Professor, inserts thereof exceptions to, and that goes all the way through. So you will see that this amendment, I'll just read it, it's very quick, that we strike out the words exempt from and inserting in lieu thereof exceptions to, and in subdivisions D2, by striking out the word exemptions and inserting in lieu thereof exceptions. And by striking out the words exempt from and inserting in thereof the words exceptions to. We would ask for the body's support in this definitional amendment. Thank you.
Question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the senators from Windsor and Addison as handed out? Senator from Caledonia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have the wording before, but it seemed like we had two different words in the beginning of the bill, was exclusion and then exemptions. And so the question was, is an exclusion and exemption the same? And perhaps my memory is incorrect, and I don't have yesterday's calendar, but I'm just wondering, does this address using two different words that are supposed to be the same? Thank you, Mr. President.
Was the senator asking that as an inquiry of anybody in particular, or of me, because I don't know?
I should ask the reporter of the amendment, please.
The senator from Windsor is interrogated as the reporter of the amendment, and if the senator from Caledonia could remain standing, please. Senator from Caledonia. Stay standing. If you could remain standing, thank you. Senator from Windsor.
Thank you. My understanding was that we were, that the question and the clarification was asked between exception and exemption, not the word exclusion. So that was my understanding, and I'm happy to take a brief recess to clarify it, but that was our understanding.
I did not hear a request for recess, so I won't be offering that. Is the senator from Caledonia finished with their interrogation of the senator from Windsor?
I believe so. I'm finished. Thank you.
Senator from Chittenden Central.
Thank you, Mr. President. My memory is in agreement with the senator from Windsor. The odd word out was exceptions in the first section, and I believe this now harmonizes it all with the word exceptions. Thank you, and I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Folks, I will continue to do my best to keep it rolling in the proper decorum of the building as best I can at this late moment. The question is, shall the bill be amended as offered by the senators from Addison and Windsor? Are you ready for the question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have amended the bill. Are there any further amendments before third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S42, an act relating to divestment of state pension funds of investments in the fossil fuel industry.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question, Senator from Rutland?
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could, just 2 quick points. Yesterday, during the debate, I asked whether the VPIC group had opposed the bill, and I went back and listened to some of the testimony, and was VPIC did vote 6-1 to oppose the bill as written. I also spoke with the chair of VPIC this morning, who said 2 members were not present when that vote was taken, but they both indicated they would have opposed the bill. So the bill would have, the opposition would have been 8-1, and I would contend that that is showing some opposition, in fact, strongly opposed the bill. The second part, and again, if I could just read from the testimony that was offered on, I think, the 16th of March to the Government Operations Committee.
Without objection, you may.
So one of the things is that private markets are exempted, yet there's a 2040 divestment date in the bill. And according to what VPIC mentioned, if the 2040 date holds, they would have to begin to unwind the private market programs at the end of next year, and doing so would have a material and immediate impact on state and municipality budgets. They estimated that if they were excluded from private equity and those index funds that we talked about, VPIC would be forced to review their assumed rate of return by at least 0.5%. And each drop of that magnitude, according to their actuaries, would cost $55 million in increased ADEC costs per year, or $750 million combined between now and 2038. So VPIC felt very strongly that it was imperative to perform the study of costs first before placing mandates in legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Senator from Windsor.
Thank you. I appreciate the senator from Rutland reviewing our tape. And we appreciated VPIC's participation in our negotiations. We understand this is not their first choice. We understand this is a policy choice of this body. We understand this is a value going forward. We understand we all know nothing until we do the work of the review to find out exactly how deeply we are currently invested in fossil fuels. And until we know that, we cannot make an informed decision. And until we know that, any speculation about what will be lost or gained in our investment portfolios is moot. I would point out that they have not met their targeted goals on the returns. Last year, they fell short by a bit. The markets have been a challenge. So the VPIC has its goals, but it hasn't always met them. And so they can't blame divestment for not meeting their goals, which is, for those of you who don't know, it's 7%. And so I would continue to ask the body to support this bill and let it move to the House for further discussion. But I would say this reflects our value. It brings our policies into sync and makes them consistent with one another in addressing the biggest challenge, actually, of our age, greater than housing, is our need to reduce our global warming. So thank you very much.
Senator from Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. President. VPIC, for those who haven't been familiarized with it and those who may be listening to our debate, is the Vermont Pension Investment. These are the folks who are responsible for the investments in the pension fund. And quite frankly, I would trust their judgment about investment returns more than I would trust ours. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question?
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested, I believe, Senator from Essex. Question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? Senator from Orange.
Mr. President, this discussion reminds me when this Senate and our colleagues in the other body discussed divestiture of pension funds in South Africa during the time of apartheid.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for the question? If so, the secretary shall commence to call the roll.
Senator Baru.
Yes.
Senator Bray.
Yes.
Senator Brock.
No explanation.
Senator Campion. Yes. Senator Chittenden.
Yes.
Senator Clarkson.
Yes.
Senator Collmore.
No.
Senator Cummings.
Yes.
Senator Gulick.
Yes.
Senator Hardy.
Yes.
Senator Harrison.
Yes.
Senator Hashim.
Yes.
Senator Ingalls.
No.
Senator Kitchell.
Yes.
Senator Lyons.
Yes.
Senator McDonald.
Yes.
Senator Mazza.
Yes.
Senator McCormick.
Yes.
Senator Norris.
No.
Senator Pershing.
Yes.
Senator Ron Hinsdale.
Yes.
Senator Sears.
Yes.
Senator Starr.
No.
Senator Bihowski.
Yes.
Senator Watson.
Yes.
Senator Weeks.
No.
Senator Westman.
No.
Senator White.
Yes.
Senator Williams.
No.
Senator Renner.
Please list the results of your vote. Those voting yea, 22. Those voting nay, 8. And you have passed S42. We now have up for consideration S89. Third reading was ordered. Are there any amendments? Oh, I apologize. There was an explanation to vote. Senator from Franklin.
Mr. President, in explanation for my vote on that particular bill, I would say this. Fiduciary investment decisions affecting the financial future and retirement of state employees and teachers should not be left in the hands of politicians. Thank you, Mr. President.
Please accept my apologies. We now have for consideration S89. Third reading was ordered. Are there any amendments before third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S89, an act relating to establishing a forensic facility.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have passed S89. We now have up for consideration S91. S91, third reading was ordered. Are there any amendments before third reading? Seeing none, please listen to the third reading of the bill.
S91, an act relating to competency to stand trial and insanity as a defense.
Now you've heard the third reading of the bill. The question is, shall the bill pass? Are you ready for that question? If so, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it, and you have passed S91. Senator from Chittenden Central.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe it's about time to adjourn. With that said, pending announcements, I would move that the Senate stand in adjournment until Friday, March 31st, 11:30 a.m. By way of announcements, just let me thank senators for the extended session today. I think it was excellent work, and we have only a few second readings to go through tomorrow, so it'll make tomorrow's session that much lighter. Thank you.
Now, Senator from Chittenden Central has moved that Senate stand adjournment until 11:30 a.m. Friday, March 31st. Pending announcements. Are there any announcements? Seeing none, thank you. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjournment until Friday, March 31st at 11:30 a.m.? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate by saying nay. The ayes have it. The Senate will stand adjournment until Friday, March 31st, 11:30 a.m.